One inside the luxurious estate of the noble Welton family, everything seemed completely peaceful. Golden sunlight painted the grand columns, highlighting the absolute wealth of his household. As the morning light spilled into the rooms, a brand new day was officially beginning. But one young boy was already awake, lying quietly in his massive bed. He just waited for the cue to start his daily routine as a noble. Letting out a soft sigh, he brushed away his lingering nightly worries. He gripped his blanket, sat up, and started planning for the busy day ahead. Ever since his rebirth, things had felt pretty strange, to say the least. Sliding into his comfy slippers, he stood up. His name was Jamie Welton. He belonged to a highly prestigious family with endless riches at their disposal. This guaranteed him a completely spoiled life as the eldest son of the Weltons. Being the direct heir meant he basically had the world at his fingertips. But get this, there was a massive secret behind his innocent face. His current life was just a cover for something far more dangerous. Beneath the wealth, he carried the memory of a terrifying, forbidden magic. It was a dark power so unbelievably destructive that regular people feared it. Controlling such absolute chaos required a monstrous amount of pure willpower. He had to balance its lethal power and turn it to his advantage. In his past life, 12 literal gods could not even hope to defeat him. Their only choice was to seal the master away to stop his magic. That seal was his ultimate downfall, but he was fully prepared for revenge. He would make sure those arrogant gods paid for what they did. He promised himself that he would not grant them a quick death. He wanted to torture them first, driving his opponents to absolute madness. Diablo promised Wulfar that their day of reckoning would surely come. Every single threat he made would be carved into their very souls. But first, the 12 gods subjected him to agonizing ages of isolation. Yet after thousands of years, a tiny crack finally broke their seal. His soul escaped through that rift, reincarnating into this noble family. His new parents absolutely adored him, unaware of his true identity. Honestly, this kid had way too much on his mind. Trapped in a baby's body, his mind belonged to a legendary mage. He wanted to explain the truth to his new mother and father. But his underdeveloped vocal cords simply could not produce the words. So he played the part of a pampered young noble heir. Fast forward 9 years, and Jamie had fully adapted to his new noble environment. He got completely used to living in the grand palace, surrounded by countless servants. He could get absolutely anything he wanted with a single nod. Yet the overeager servants rushing to cater to him still felt bizarre. It was a major mental adjustment for a formerly all-powerful dark mage. He was far more used to the raw freedom of his previous existence. This pampered, restricted lifestyle felt like a shiny golden cage to him. Fortunately, his devoted nanny was there to keep his days interesting. She treated him with genuine warmth and spoiled him as her own. Her presence in the room always brought a welcoming wave of comfort. A genuine smile on his face, unable to tear his eyes away from her. Curious, she asked him what he was doing up so early in the morning. He replied that he was simply enjoying the beautiful morning sky, completely fascinated. She remarked that it was quite sweet for such a young boy to be so sentimental about life, which made him feel rather awkward. Still, she had not actually come just to chat. She came to remind him that his mother was already waiting for him. So she kindly offered to help him get dressed. To speed things up, soon they were walking through the grand estate, heading straight toward the family dining room. She smiled. The nanny announced that the young master had finally arrived. Thus began breakfast. Even though Jamie disliked this, he had to agree. His parents were genuinely involved in their lives, so he tolerated it. Sitting around the table were his mother, father, and his little sister. They were all genuinely thrilled to see little Jamie join them for breakfast. Not wanting to ruin the warm mood, he hid his annoyance. A deep, genuine bond filled the room because ever since his early childhood, they had absolutely adored him and wanted only his happiness. His parents watched their children with pure, unfiltered affection. Because the siblings looked so adorable together, it was hard not to notice. His mother, Sears, was the only daughter of the prestigious Bell family. Yet despite her noble blood, she was incredibly gentle and warm. His father, Argino Welton, served as the head of the royal family. He was also famous as one of the kingdom's 5 ultimate sword masters. Despite his legendary status and the immense respect he commanded, the man was completely obsessed with his family, which was surprisingly sweet. Then there was his tiny sister, Sarah, whose incredibly small size and cute antics made everyone instantly adore her. Nobody ever dared to say no to this little princess. Everyone did their best to please her, jumping into her games and fulfilling her tiny wishes. Jamie even had to thank her when she insisted on feeding him directly. She absolutely adored doing that, so he had to play along with her. It was far better to humor her than to deal with her disappointment. Honestly, this whole act was exhausting. He desperately wanted to be totally alone. Still, he had to keep up appearances for his new family. Once breakfast finally ended, he let out a huge sigh of relief and escaped back to his private room. Safe from prying eyes, it took him less than a second to collapse. Face down onto his bed, finally relaxing for the first time all day. He truly could not believe how kind these people were, which heavily contrasted with his harsh past life. At least this grand palace had plenty of ways to keep him entertained. He could always slip away to the massive private library, which was great. But being stuck as a baby who could not speak, that nearly drove him insane. Just as a strange little creature flew up to him, he wondered if this new existence was just going to be one giant, endless game. Things weren't actually that bad. After all, he finally had a shot. He could fight for his survival again. This rebirth changed everything. He had already gained a brand new ability to help turn things around. He clutched the strange creature in his hands, remembering the 12 malicious gods. Their actions had banished him into a dark, endless void of complete nothingness. They wanted him gone so his genius magic power would never threaten anyone. In his memories, those gods were just parasites clinging to their followers. But even though his current powers were completely pathetic right now, yet this time was still very much on his side. In this era, information about dark magic was completely non-existent, so he could easily exploit the sheer arrogance of those 12 gods who constantly looked down on him. Meanwhile, the boy would quietly grow stronger, preparing for his ultimate revenge. Suddenly, his dark thoughts were interrupted by the family nanny, who announced it was time to read children's books with his mother. Jamie knew his current situation was completely hopeless. There was no way he could say no, even if this was a total drag. So he exhaled and gathered his willpower. In an instant, his face was already showing the innocent, happy smile he was forced to wear. Since he was currently trapped in a child's body, he secretly thought that every single time he had to act this cute. He wanted to just lock himself away and stop pretending to be someone else. His mother and younger sister were already waiting, eager to spend some quality family time together. Their love for him was completely genuine, but inside, he struggled with his dark nature. Still, kneeling before his mother, he smiled and asked what book they were reading, acting completely adorable. This sweet gesture made both girls sitting on the sofa freeze in pure adoration. To show how much they loved their little guy, they immediately rushed over and wrapped the oldest son in a massive hug, gushing about how much they absolutely cherished him. Then his mother announced that today's story was called The Great Magician Hinds, and asked if they were excited to hear it. Then she started reading, but the children quickly lost their initial excitement, and his little sister was already about to fall fast asleep. The book ended with the classic line, "The great magician Hinds lived happily ever after." With a satisfying snap, she closed the book and waited for their reaction. Sears asked with a warm, hopeful smile if the children liked the story, genuinely wanting them to have the best time. Jamie flashed a bright smile and said he wanted to become just as powerful as that legendary wizard. Sears beamed, calling him a very clever boy who could absolutely reach that level one day. She then proudly mentioned that he had already defeated 3 magic tutors, but to Jamie this was absolutely nothing to brag about. After all, those hired teachers were total weaklings, making his victory completely obvious. To praise him further, his mother added that their family head had invited the most powerful wizard he could find. With his elite connections, this newcomer was bound to be a real beast. Could help him with these issues. The moment he stands up to leave, she stops him. She asks if he is heading to the library, knowing how much time he spends there. When Jamie nods, she immediately tells him not to stay cooped up for too long. He really needs some fresh air outside, yet getting out of this room is pretty tough. His mother suddenly pulls him into another tight hug, completely refusing to let her boy go. To avoid making things awkward, Jamie decides to act fast. He wraps his arms around her first to keep her happy and unsuspicious. Sears is practically ready to beg him to stay and play with her all day. Her son is being so sweet, but in reality, he is desperately wishing she would. Just back off and give him some actual personal space to use as he pleases. Free at last, he escapes his overly affectionate mother and finds some quiet peace. Sitting alone in the library with what seems like an interesting book. He snaps it shut in no time, already finished. It is quite clear that his brilliant mind is light years ahead of a normal 9-year-old child. Honestly, he only read this book hoping to find some secret, insightful information about controlling mana. But it was a complete letdown, nothing new, back to reality. He glances up and realizes it is already lunchtime, and though he is quite tired of eating family meals 3 times a day, he still has to play along. But on his way to the dining hall, he spots a complete, unexpected stranger. No one had mentioned any visitors. Meanwhile, the guest admires the Welton estate, noting how they use priceless artifacts just for decoration. It is a massive flex of wealth right by the dining door. Jamie stares. He watches the gray-haired man with deep curiosity. Who on earth is this guy? What is he doing here? But what really catches the boy's attention is the terrifying amount of raw mana radiating from this mysterious elder. It swirls around him like a heavy storm, definitely a 7th-level mage. But how did he slip past the estate security? Jamie figures he must have teleported. Or maybe something worse, could he actually be here to rob them? But honestly, the guy is way too relaxed and unbothered for a thief. Those sharp eyes lock onto the young boy, reading his every reaction. The old guest can clearly see the heavy suspicion shining in Jamie's eyes. Bracing himself, Jamie takes a deep breath and demands to know his identity. He needs answers right now. As he speaks, his own mana starts to flare. The air turns cold and hostile. The gray-haired guest definitely notices the shift. He quickly realizes that this young cub is actually a dangerous tiger. Just like his father, Jamie knows he should probably bow. Show some respect to an elder. Instead, he stands tall and speaks. He barely tolerates that suffocating, heavy stare as the man slowly evaluates him, sizing him up completely. A surge of irritation hits Jamie. He wants to unleash his full potential. Meanwhile, the old mage realizes those wild rumors about the kid are true. He is highly curious about how this is even possible. How does a 9-year-old possess this kind of power? The kid's fierce determination makes this even more exciting. To find out the true power of a boy who looked tiny but had immense talent. This blatant audacity made Jamie completely lose his cool. Because some complete stranger daring to test him was already entirely unacceptable to him. He viewed this insult as Diablo Wolf, the legendary being who, in his past life, had crushed almost every single god in existence. The guest made a huge mistake. In a flash, Jamie unleashed a raw wave of mana straight at his opponent to show him what real power looked like. The guest watched closely, refusing to look away from the eldest son, analyzing his every movement from the start, but then a sudden shock shattered the mysterious visitor's smug expression. Things were not going at all like he had expected. His prediction was dead wrong. Jamie tried his best to push the opponent back with sheer force, but failing to scratch him only left the boy frustrated. The silver-haired man just smiled, his eyes flashing with respect. It was hard to believe that someone this insanely powerful was only 9 years old. He praised the kid's remarkably swift attack and announced it was finally his turn to strike. Jamie watched with a quiet sense of real excitement. This guy was a genuine master, which only made things much more interesting. But something felt highly unusual about the way he cast his magic. Jamie quickly noticed that the attack was not even flying directly towards him, meaning there was absolutely no reason to even try and dodge. This instantly stunned the visitor, who could not believe. The child did not even move an inch, showing total indifference to the strike. Suddenly, the boy's father stepped right between them to stop the fight. A bizarre duel inside his home made him furious. The Count sternly warned Marcus that he had crossed a major line. Unprincipled stunts pulled on his young son like this were completely unacceptable. The Count immediately asked Jamie if he was hurt or injured in any way. He was genuinely terrified. Right then, Jamie remembered his fake identity. He had to act exactly like any normal 9-year-old would. So he immediately burst into tears, crying and pretending everything was fine. The Count completely snapped. Those tears on his little boy's face were the absolute final straw. The furious father demanded a quiet, private word with Marcus Linmo. Meanwhile, the guest silently noted how much bolder the kid was without his dad around. The silver-haired man kept his cool and laughed, finding the entire situation to be incredibly amusing and full of unexpected twists. He even admitted to envying the Count for raising such an extraordinary son. The boy had boundless potential that could easily be molded into greatness. But the Count did not share his wild enthusiasm at all. There was still no clear excuse for launching a sudden strike at his child. To him, it was completely insane. Soon, they moved to a quiet parlor to discuss the situation, as none of this made any sense to Argonaut. With palpable rage in his voice, he reminded the guest that Jamie was his son, the sole heir to the Welton family, making this behavior completely intolerable. Unacceptable. Despite the violent reaction of Argino, the gray-haired man stayed completely quiet. He acted calm, as if everything went exactly to his plan. This quiet attitude only fueled the rage of the father. A terrifying aura flared. That pressure could easily terrify any veteran magician. Showing his power as a master swordsman, Marcus asked with genuine interest how much the Count actually knew about his own son. It seemed impossible to miss. But Argino only replied with a hint of confusion in his voice. This vague question from his guest was a complete mystery to him. Marcus then stated without exaggeration that the son of the Count was an absolute genius. Because of that, they had to cultivate his massive talent as effectively as possible. Argino sighed in irritation, explaining that was exactly why he hired him, entrusting his son to a legendary mage. But Marcus suddenly attacked the boy, risking his life. Marcus realized from this reaction that Argino truly knew absolutely nothing. He offered to pretend he never heard those words from the highly confused family head. Argino was totally lost, but remember, this guest was considered the absolute strongest 8th-class magician alive today, making his words carry massive authority. Naturally, deep doubts set in for the confused father. He wondered if he had somehow overestimated his boy, since only a top magician, highly skilled magician like the one sitting before him, could judge his true talent. To him, this master was speaking in confusing riddles. How could he make any decision right now? Marcus then explained that he could not accept the son of Argino as a student. He admitted he simply would not be able to handle teaching the boy. This came as a massive shock to Argino, who had no idea who to turn to next. In this situation, Marcus went on to explain that, despite his young age and zero experience, was able to read every single move the master wanted to make. The father listened to this and simply could not believe his ears because it seemed totally impossible. The boy simply knew it, and Marcus noticed that. Realizing the spell would not hit him, he never even tried to dodge. He was just incredibly confident, and it was absolutely shocking to witness that level of calm. Jamie did not flinch at all, completely sure of his safety. Marcus concluded that even with pure self-study, he would succeed. Third-level master, and if one completely ignored the limits of his tiny body, his level was likely even higher than the fourth. In that case, calling him a genius was simply not enough because he was a monster who outgrew the level of a talented adult, locked inside a child who needed no teacher. Marcus sincerely advised the Count to just provide the boy with enough support. Forced training was useless for someone born to become a legendary mage. A legendary 9th-class mage. After this conversation, the father was left completely speechless. He never expected his son to be this talented. He had shattered every single expectation. Argino tightly clenched his fists very tightly, trying hard to hide his rising emotions from his highly esteemed guest. To hear that Jamie could become a legendary 9th-class mage was completely unreal. This moved him, forcing him to see everything from a totally different angle. Marcus decided not to disturb the quiet man as he quietly stood up from the plush sofa, offering an apology for striking the young boy. He claimed that magic stood on the brink of massive breakthroughs, changes that would reshape not just the magical community, but the entire world. Unless this raw potential was snuffed out, Argino remained deeply lost in thought, unable to imagine that his own son possessed the sheer talent to potentially surpass an 8th-rank wizard. He had to plan and fast. He could not squander this crucial moment, nor ruin the precious youth of a boy who was completely oblivious to his own power. It was a heavy choice. Choice because his deep love for his family made him protective of his eldest son's peaceful childhood, knowing one single step could alter his destiny forever. Meanwhile, night fell, the bright moon cut right through the clouds, signaling that it was time to turn in for the night, soon enough. Jamie retreated to the safety of his private chamber, where he could drop rolls, finally showing the heavy exhaustion of a long, stressful day, especially considering how his mother reacted once she discovered what that gray-haired wizard had done. Her panic left the boy exhausted and completely drained, worried about her son's well-being, and fiercely promised him that this outrageous situation would never happen again. She was going to deal with that miserable old man who dared to attack her child. Still, Jamie was plotting. Losing precious hours did not matter to him, even after such a strange day. He found a hidden advantage. In fact, he actually counted himself very lucky. Highly advanced spell that the old wizard had cast directly at him. Memorizing every detail, analyzing the composition, refined technique, mana balance, and casting pattern, he recognized that the mysterious guest operated at a far higher tier. Still, the dangerous encounter was a great way to keep his sharp mind from rusting. But his biggest revelation today was not the guest, it was Count Welton, who moved with terrifying, precise speed. Jamie knew his father was strong, but this level of mastery, honestly, who wouldn't be amazed? Level of mastery was a total shock, proving the man genuinely deserved his reputation. Suddenly, the exact same wizard he was thinking about a moment ago materialized right behind Jamie, asking why he was smiling so happily, which absolutely terrified the boy. Jamie froze, completely unsure of how to react because the wizard used stealth magic to hide his approach and ambush him. Marcus casually mocked him, teasing that the boy was so deeply lost in his own thoughts that he completely missed his morning guest, who was now sitting calmly on his bed watching him. Suddenly, when reality hit Jamie, he cried out in sheer irritation and fear as he could not comprehend how it had happened so quickly. In fact, Marcus had easily rattled Jamie, who sat there desperately trying to figure out how to get out of this and understand what this wizard wanted in his private bedroom. Marcus just laughed, noting that the boy was so ridiculously easy to frighten. He completely forgot in that moment he was dealing with a mere 9-year-old child who simply glared back in silence. Jamie ignored the uninvited guest's mocking tone, trying to figure out how he got inside and for what purpose, but the boy calmly explained that he had simply teleported. This instant travel made it clear that the child was a highly skilled mage. Only high-rank mages could do this. Meanwhile, Marcus noticed that the kid acted far more polite with his father around, but once they were left alone, he completely transformed, breaking out of his childlike act. He no longer seemed like a 9-year-old. Defending himself, Jamie argued that family and complete strangers belonged to entirely different categories. They deserved totally different treatment, which only made Marcus laugh. The man began to apologize, playfully sighing that he lacked the energy to keep talking with him. Jamie, however, could not understand what this strange man wanted. Why was he staring at him so intensely when they were essentially total strangers? They did not even know each other properly yet. Talk about an awkward introduction. But instead of explaining anything to clear the air, the visitor simply handed him a book of magic memoirs, saying it would be incredibly useful for his future. This made Jamie wonder why a master mage was giving such priceless secrets to a complete stranger. But his questions hit a stone wall. Marcus merely pointed out one thing. The spells his little friend cast were ancient, so he needed to learn newer modern magic instead. Jamie frowned, his face showing exactly how offensive he found that blunt insult to his magic. But Marcus mistook his silent annoyance for sheer awe at receiving such a rare gift. He explained that the text held a massive collection of his own unique spells and his young friend would be the first to read them, a grand honor. This caught the kid's attention. He truly needed to analyze and see how his ancient spells compared to the modern creations of this grand mage. Learning every detail of this era was an absolute necessity for Jamie. The world had changed drastically during his incredibly long absence from it. Suddenly, Marcus grew quite serious, speaking with absolute gravity. He confessed that he held high expectations for the young boy standing before him. Jamie watched him warily. Marcus added that he was highly curious to witness the sheer strength the kid would master before their next meeting. With that, he vanished entirely, leaving the boy alone in the room. Jamie realized that this mysterious man was far more powerful than he first appeared. Curiosity took over, and Jamie immediately cracked open the special book. According to the text, all magic in existence must flow directly through people, before being absorbed directly by the depths of their own beating hearts. This was the most efficient method to master control over their mana reserves. However, a major problem remained: the limited capacity a human body could handle. Jamie remembered the Grand Master's warning that his current spells were outdated. He had to decipher the unique magical methods that Marcus actually used. Overwhelmed with sudden excitement, he eagerly devoured page after page. He absorbed the foreign concepts like a sponge, but soon hit a wall. While highly fascinating, the execution proved to be incredibly difficult. He had to physically sense and guide every tiny particle of raw mana. This requires absolute, intense focus. He has to feel every inch of his body. He must push both his mind and body to stay perfectly in sync. Jamie falls back onto his bed. Who could possibly pull this off? To him, the traditional ways always seemed far superior. They were much simpler to handle and avoided all of these massive, dangerous drawbacks. Then his pride kicks in. He is Diablo Wolfer after all. He is Diablo Wolfer, the one and only. If anyone can do it, it is him. He leaps out of bed, instantly drafting his next move. There is absolutely no time to waste when there is new power to be claimed. Seconds later, he is back in front of the discarded book. The text opened his eyes, and now he truly sees its immense value. He silently thanks the old master, promising himself to study every single page. He will absorb everything. He will make this power his own. First, he realizes he cannot do this entirely on his own. He absolutely needs the one reliable companion who is always watching his back. With a quick flick of his wrist, Jamie calls forth Pip, his reliable flying eye. The strange creature hovers, instantly appearing right where its master commands. Even Jamie is occasionally shocked by how fast this little helper answers his call. He instructs the summon to release some mana into the room. The loyal beast is more than happy to assist its master. It tenses up, focusing its energy to execute the command perfectly. Its giant eye snaps wide open, releasing a fresh wave of mana. Finally, Jamie has the raw material he needs to begin his experiment. Right off the bat, he spots a major flaw in this new technique. His current physical form can only absorb a limited amount of particles. A bottleneck. To make this system work, he has to balance incredibly precise ratios. Controlling those amounts is brutally difficult. But luckily for Jamie, he has a major shortcut up his sleeve. His summon black acts as the perfect filter for his mind. Without that buffer, the mental strain would completely break a normal child. Thanks to their soul bond, the creature can regulate the flow automatically. This completely solves the ratio problem without him lifting a single finger. Black is proving to be the ultimate cheat code for his magic training. He needs to master this fast to stay ahead of his peers. If he can bypass this first hurdle, the rest will be easy. The remaining issues are not even worth worrying about. He just needs to work around the physical limits of a child. Spreading the mana across different areas should balance the load perfectly. He spends the entire night testing, completely losing track of time. His mind races, finding creative ways to overcome every single obstacle. But his isolation does not go unnoticed for very long. Eventually, his worried father and nanny arrive at his door. They want to check on the boy after his unusually quiet behavior. But the moment they swing the door open, they freeze in absolute shock. The worried nanny had absolutely no idea what young Jamie was doing in his room. For the Count, however, things made a little more sense. Still, he never expected to find his young son meditating so early in the morning. The Count immediately noticed the incredible energy radiating from his eldest boy. It was a beautiful aura, showing just how perfectly in tune he was with the mana. He watched in absolute awe, knowing their recent guest had left something behind. Even so, nobody could have predicted such a massive, instant jump in the boy's power. It was hard to believe his sweet little child was capable of this. At just 9 years old, Jamie possessed a rare, mind-blowing talent for the mystic arts. So the Count strictly ordered the staff to leave his son completely undisturbed today. Still, he kept a few servants nearby, just in case the boy needed anything later. This left the nanny deeply worried, still trying to grasp what was happening. Meanwhile, the Count's mind was racing, with brand new possibilities for their future. What if his son was destined to be a master mage instead of a legendary swordsman? That single realization changed absolutely everything for the family's lineage. Even considering his wife's noble lineage, Jamie's power shattered every expectation. He easily surpassed all of his maternal relatives combined. Honestly, imagine having a kid with the potential to literally rewrite history. Reaching the ninth level would grant him godlike power, just as Marcus had once prophesied. Inside his quiet room, Jamie remained completely lost in his magical training. Hours slipped away, and golden sunlight washed over the massive family estate. The boy focused entirely on his core, trying to grasp this unfamiliar flow. He needed to master the basic principles of this technique. It was a method he hadn't used since his past life. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he finally emerged from that deep, hour-long trance. Peering deep into his own body, a smirk crossed his face. He had actually done it. Controlling and splitting the mana particles had been incredibly chaotic at first. That chaos caused some early struggles, but a few quick adjustments solved it. Still, his absolute limit right now was only the 4th grade. A mediocre level like that simply wasn't enough to satisfy his grand ambitions. But considering he only started this brand new training a few hours ago, to already be on the verge of the 5th grade was an absolutely spectacular achievement. However, he had to keep in mind that his current physical body was still very young. He needed to take a break soon, or the intense pressure might literally tear his muscles apart. Nearby, his strange little pet kept a very close eye on the entire process. His goal was simply to keep his master safe while offering quiet encouragement. Jamie chuckled and agreed with the creature. There was no need to rush things. Pushing his young body to the absolute limit right now was just too risky. Besides, the arrogant gods he planned to overthrow weren't going anywhere anytime soon. Before stepping outside, he cast an invisibility spell on his unique companion to avoid suspicion. After all, it was finally time to leave his quarters. Since he was heading to meet his father, masking the pet's energy was absolutely critical. If the Count sensed this strange magical presence, things would definitely take a turn for the worse. Thankfully, Black understood immediately and began to conceal his immense power. He slowly masked the mana his master recently used, truly. There was absolutely no other way to handle this critical situation because he was the familiar of this body, leaving the father completely oblivious. Once all traces faded and things finally seemed safe enough, he quietly stepped toward the exit, yet no matter how hard he tried, strong feeling of lingering mana still clung to his form. Its raw power was simply too massive to mask entirely. Meanwhile, Count Argino was occupied with a sudden visitor who, despite a busy schedule, was desperate for an audience. He wanted to meet the legendary head of the family. The guest noted that religious teachings were incredibly rare here, so he wanted to thank the Count for accepting the Jano's faith. But Argino justified his choice, calmly stating that religion should help. He believed it should guide his people toward peace. In his eyes, it was merely practical, yet the visitor remained deeply unsettled, not quite understanding if this favor came with major hidden conditions. He worried he would have to meet expectations they had never actually agreed on. The host reassured him, explaining that he always did what was best, since the Holy Knights of Janos were now actively establishing themselves on his sovereign land. He hoped the hierarchy was perfectly clear. With those words, the host delivered a massive, unspoken warning. Never treat the local inhabitants as mere slaves of your god. This proved just how incredibly dangerous an opponent Argino could be. The proud clan leader refused to allow any casual familiarity, and he bluntly suggested they should immediately head out since their schedule was so tight. Finally, after wishing them a safe and swift journey, they parted ways with a holy blessing. Both sides remained deeply suspicious of this brief, tense encounter. Yet Argino kept a perfectly controlled, polite smile painted on his face, until the heavy wooden doors clicked shut, the moment he was truly alone. That warm mask vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, calculating stare. He knew today's choices would reshape their tomorrow. But wait, his brilliant eldest son was already secretly watching everything, from the shadows, absorbing every single word spoken in that office. Jamie had monitored the entire conversation without dropping a single trace of presence. Now the young master peered from his hiding place with absolute dread. Everything was matching his worst fears, even though he had prayed he was wrong. Right there, floating in the air, was the unmistakable glowing crescent symbol, a golden sphere tracing the holy moon. Along with it came a sickening, heavy divine pressure. It radiated directly from the elder, sparking a furious fire deep inside Jamie. He could not tolerate the vile god Janos encroaching upon his home turf. The sheer audacity threw him completely off balance. Why on earth would his father suddenly allow this foreign church to preach on their sovereign territory? It was unprecedented. The Welton family had never bent the knee before. The dark mage knew he had to stop this holy infection immediately. Of Janus's religion on his own territory, but his resources were severely limited. To spread this faith with his father's blessing, things had to change. He had to make sure his father would change his mind. A proper plan was needed to turn the entire situation around. First, he would meet his father, then quietly start his investigation later that evening. He needed undeniable proof and solid arguments to shift his father's rigid perspective. Soon enough, he stepped into the Welton family living room. It was a formal space, usually reserved for serious business meetings. Count Argino sat there, trying to mask his own building frustration. The sheer pressure of his recent decisions was clearly starting to show. Heavy decisions had eaten away at his composure. Looking up, the Count asked if Jamie was finally finished with his duties. Jamie smiled, saying he was free, though he remained incredibly cautious. Everything felt incredibly different today, keeping him completely on guard. He knew his father was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Count kept his tone warm. He mentioned noticing how much his young son seemed to love practicing magic. There was no use denying it, since the truth was so obvious. But let's be honest, this calm act couldn't mask his obvious tension. The subtle strain in his father's expression immediately caught the young boy's close attention. Jamie did not want to show that he suspected his father of hiding something. Choosing a naive expression, the boy simply asked if everything was all right. He didn't actually expect the man to share his heavy burdens. Surprisingly, the Count chose to open up about the thoughts troubling him. He confessed he once expected Jamie to lead a perfectly normal, quiet life. But those quiet hopes shattered when he witnessed his son's true genius. He possessed a level of power that defied explanation. Such incredible magic meant he could never lead a simple, peaceful life. Great genius can easily become a curse, as walking an extraordinary path is never easy. Standing out from the crowd is a heavy weight that cannot be shared. It is a heavy destiny you must endure entirely on your own, with no escape. For now, this massive talent only brings praise and wonder from onlookers. But as he grows older, that admiration could easily turn into dangerous jealousy. Argino gripped his chair tightly, fighting to keep his intense worry under control. He didn't want to say anything that might frighten the boy, or make him view his own magic as some kind of curse. He gently explained that Jamie could walk away from practicing magic whenever he wanted. But as long as his passion remained, his father would back him completely. Jamie remained remarkably calm, seemingly unbothered by the heavy warnings. He looked his father in the eyes and stated he would never quit. Magic was simply far too precious to him to ever cast aside. This bold determination brought a quiet wave of relief to Argino. Still, he noticed something incredibly strange about his son's mana. The energy swirling around Jamie was far too dense for a 9-year-old. It was a shocking reminder of just how extraordinary his son truly was. Argino felt the boy's mana coursing through him, realizing he kept drawing more in. It made the father completely tense up, as this was totally unexpected. He was deeply alarmed that this bizarre energy was actually surging from his whole body. According to everything he knew, mana was only supposed to pool inside the heart. Yet here was his son, breaking every single rule of magic right before him. So he decided to ask about the book the Marquis of Rinmer gave him. He wondered if the young boy had somehow managed to master it. His shock was visible. Jamie eagerly chirped back with absolute excitement. He had not only read the entire book and understood every concept, but he also fixed the flaws that held back the techniques. Now his father was completely speechless, unable to find any words. He could not fathom such insane progress made in just one single day. And that was without any help. A heavy silence settled between them. The kid looked completely ready to share all his new secrets right away. But his father could not handle that much information. It would completely overwhelm him. Talk about a mind-blowing reveal. The father realized the boy was definitely destined for something legendary. He could easily become a ninth-grade wizard, which was just mind-boggling. He could barely process it. At the same time, he felt completely ordinary and talentless compared to his young child. Normal magic did not even compare. Jamie, however, put on a cute act, pretending to be a naive little boy who had no idea what was happening. He acted clueless about his father's utter shock and profound admiration. The father quickly spoke up, saying how proud he was of his son. He was genuinely happy with the rapid progress. Seeing this praise brought a warm, bright smile to Jamie's face. Every kid loves to hear that their dad is genuinely proud of their talents. Ruffling his son's hair, the father stood up, ready to step out. He needed some quiet time to finally process all of this insane news. Meanwhile, Jamie was silently praying for some much-needed peace and quiet. He could not wait to stop pretending to be a clueless, innocent child. Playing the role of an unaware toddler was getting pretty exhausting for him. In reality, he understood their stunned reactions perfectly well. But then Argino noticed Black and asked about him. He wanted to know if this creature was indeed his son's familiar. This caught Jamie totally off guard, since he wanted to hide Black for much longer. Keeping his loyal familiar completely a secret was a crucial part of his plan. Now he was suddenly hit with a very stressful and unexpected surprise. He could barely hide his utter shock at having his cover blown. Everything was supposed to stay secret, but his strategy had to change fast. Ignoring the boy's subtle tension, the father asked about the creature's shape. He wanted to know what form this strange, magical beast had taken. He guessed its small size, wondering if it was some kind of bat. Jamie felt quite annoyed that his father recognized the trace of dark magic. His secret was completely out. He quickly makes up an excuse, claiming he chose a bat shape on purpose. He says he kept it a secret just to surprise his father later on. Seeing that his son really created this miracle, the Count is stunned. Pure shock washes over his face. He wraps his arms around the boy, incredibly proud of his talented successor. But after that exhausting act, Jamie barely drags himself back to his bedroom. He needs to recover from that heavy drain and the tiresome family act. Honestly, it is still pretty hard to accept how genuinely warm these people are. They show each other real affection, while he just has to fake his way through. Outside, night begins to fall, and local townsfolk head out to unwind after work. The streets fill with people looking for a bit of entertainment and fun. Slipping into the crowd, Jamie keeps his head low under a heavy cloak. With his face completely hidden, he wanders the streets alongside his loyal familiar. The creature follows every single command without a second thought. It is designed for absolute obedience. Jamie is searching for answers about the strange intruders who snuck into Heist. These shady cultists from his past have absolutely no business being on his turf. And so his quiet night watch over the city begins. He watches everything from high above, sharing a bird-eye view with Black. His bat familiar quickly spots something suspicious, a quiet conversation down below. Two sketchy guys are sitting on crates. They are arguing about their next move. They are trying to follow commands from the bosses they still work for. One is Philip, a mid-level boss for an illegal group called Rebel. A deeply illegal shadow group. Honestly, Philip is already heavily regretting getting mixed up in this mess. His hot-headed partner, Jens, just a simple low-level thug. But even Jens knows their boss is basically using them as disposable bait. See, Heist was usually safe because the Count tolerated minor crimes to a point. As long as thieves kept to their own lanes, nobody got hurt. But smuggling children, that is crossing a line the Count will never ignore. Still, some of these greedy criminals only see the massive payday waiting. They think the reward is well worth taking a pretty huge risk. Sure, the odds of survival are pretty slim, but the massive payout is blinding. It is a wild gamble, highly unstable like a flickering candle in the wind. And things are about to get so much worse. If they get caught, they are dead meat. The Count loves his kids. If he learns that slavers are operating right under his nose in Heist, he will tear the entire region apart to hunt every single one down. You can bet their entire syndicate would be wiped off the map overnight. The Count has more than enough raw power to make that threat real. He has that power. Yet their mysterious mastermind seems completely convinced they can pull this off. He believes they will slip away safely and walk off with a fortune. Talk about delusion. These thugs still have no idea how they are supposed to dodge his wrath. Master, they talked like Han's people would handle it, which did not inspire any confidence at all. Now both of them found themselves caught in an incredibly difficult situation. They had to either execute a highly suspicious order, run away, or report it. They could go straight to the person who came up with this crazy idea. Following their underworld code, they decided the best move was shifting the blame. Passing the blame was fine, but reporting it was out of the question. Running away seemed far better than staying and putting their lives in danger. Yet fleeing without a solid plan was suicide because the organization would hunt them. The syndicate would search every single inch of the region to find them. Their only goal now was finding a way to survive just a bit longer. They needed to buy enough time to gather some extra resources and escape. They had to delay their inevitable discovery by any means necessary. It was incredibly annoying to uproot their lives just for this hopeless trafficking scheme. Some idiot had to propose human trafficking, and now they were paying the price. The entire plan felt completely doomed from the start. Unfortunately, their leader was far too easy to persuade. Still, it was hard to believe he agreed to something so incredibly risky. But get this, they had actually been watched this entire time. A young boy suddenly stepped out, revealing he heard everything. He had listened to their most classified, dangerous organization secrets. Since their position was already shaky, they had to keep this quiet. They couldn't let anyone else know they were planning to run. Now this stranger was standing right before them. Jamie wore a very confident look. He clearly knew he held all the cards in this situation. He casually asked if they truly wanted to know who they were dealing with. Neither of them wanted to play mind games with a random kid. Any leaked information right now would mean instant death. Without warning, one of them swung a heavy fist at the boy. They had to eliminate this witness immediately. The second man, a branch leader, jumped in. He knew there was no turning back, and they had to silence him. They threw everything they had to shut the boy up forever. But to their absolute shock, the kid simply vanished into thin air. Their strikes hit nothing but empty space, and sheer panic set in. Letting this boy escape would literally be a death sentence. He could easily leak their secret plans to the higher-ups of the syndicate. Then a voice echoed from right behind them, mockingly calling them brats. He added that their conversation sounded far too interesting to ignore. Jamie stood right there, completely catching them off guard. They never expected to run into someone with this level of skill. Smiling, he asked them to share a bit more about their little problem. To show them who was really in control, he unleashed his power. A gentle stream of magic surged forward, pinning them in place. It was a clear demonstration of the massive gap between them. The two gang members had absolutely no idea how to handle this insane turn of events. They could only watch in complete shock as the young boy began giving orders. Ultimatums to them. Eventually, they spilled every dark secret they held because the cloaked stranger standing before them was too terrifying to risk lying to. For these two syndicate members, selling out their own felt incredibly shameful. Yet they knew that keeping their mouths shut would cost them their lives. Surviving mattered more than protecting bosses who had thrown them to the wolves. Jamie listened in silence, his fury building with every word they spoke. Child trafficking was the single most disgusting crime in his father's eyes. He could not comprehend how these fools ever thought they would survive this. These idiots actually believed this sickening scheme would make them rich, completely ignoring the horrific backlash that was bound to follow. The thought of the gods manipulating humanity like puppets disgusted Jamie deeply. He hated how easily people surrendered to those divine orders. But the real puzzle was why this syndicate's leaders felt so safe. Talk about a death wish, who in their right mind targets a count? Especially a count who absolutely despised criminals breathing his air. Once Jamie had extracted all the information he needed, he paused. An uneasy feeling crept over him, though he could not explain it. Leaving his captives behind, he channeled his mana directly toward them. He needed to erase his presence completely and cover up all his tracks. By imprinting a powerful hypnotic command, he left them completely unable to resist his will. He ordered them to march straight to the Count and confess everything. The gangsters stood up like hollow puppets, moving solely on his command. They bolted into the dark, desperate to deliver their confession quickly. His father was definitely not the type to ignore a threat like this. Jamie smiled when morning came, this entire city would be in absolute chaos. The Count's wrath would ensure that every single criminal was hunted down. As Jamie plotted his next move, things were already in motion. The two spellbound thugs rushed through the streets. Completely blanking out their surroundings, they walked like mindless shells. He knew he had to keep a low profile from here on. Whispering a quiet command, Jamie ordered his favorite shadow familiar Black to return. Black obeyed instantly, releasing a thick, dark mist of magic. This dark mist would mask their departure, leaving absolutely no trace behind. But before Jamie could even take a single step, the silent night completely shattered. A beaten body suddenly flew right past him, crashing hard into the dirt. Jamie watched the man slide across the ground, completely battered and broken. He had been utterly overwhelmed, unable to defend against his terrifying attacker. Utter disbelief and sheer terror twisted his face. Tears mixed with blood as hope entirely died. Then another broken body came crashing down right next to him. This second victim had also been completely crushed by an absolute beast. Jamie instantly scanned his dark surroundings, preparing himself for a sudden clash. In a dangerous back alley like this, anything could happen at any second. Suddenly, a cold and mocking voice echoed through the dark alleyway. He focused his senses, desperately trying to pinpoint the mysterious new threat. It was finally possible to spot their potential enemy, right next to the screamer. Several people warned him that his voice was getting way too loud, which could easily draw security right to their position. Nobody wanted party crashers, but Jamie just smirked, acting completely unfazed, asking where this loudmouth screaming in the night had even come from. Jamie was furious that someone dared to interfere with the very followers he had ordered to complete an important mission for him. This interruption was ruining his plans, and he wanted immediate payback. He decided to show them that their leader's level of strength was absolutely nothing compared to what Jamie himself could offer. Unleashing his magic, the young mage targeted the group standing right in front of him. They had no idea what to expect from this cloaked stranger with a hidden face. His quick spell temporarily saved two of them, but in exchange for their lives, he demanded they obey his previous orders. Just then, Hanny, a rival organization's middle manager, met them. He demanded that they bring the two bandits and the young magician directly to him. Lacking any manners, he sneered at the kid in the black cloak, asking why he spoke out and if he wanted trouble. Jamie just stared at this complete stranger who was openly provoking him, totally clueless about the nightmare he was bringing upon his own head. His bold words were about to cost him dearly. The thug's assistants dragged away the two men Jamie had just saved, only to throw them right back into their previous deadly situation. One of them started crying, fully realizing just how hopeless his situation was. Death was guaranteed, either right now or in an hour. So struggling was entirely pointless. Meanwhile, the young man in the black robe quietly observed his surroundings, planning exactly how to play this out. He had to execute his plan without overdoing the show of force. First, he wanted to keep his dignity and protect the two pawns he had handpicked to carry out his orders and perform in his theater. Suddenly, one of the turncoats lunged forward and blasted a massive hole in his head. The brutal onslaught did not stop there, and things quickly got much worse. His bloody wounds opened all over Jamie's body, making a counterattack seem impossible. Hanny laughed aloud at the sight of this arrogant kid, rendered completely helpless and defeated. He was in too much pain to even scream. What a disappointing end. Hanny felt absolutely confident now, certain that nothing could stop him. He stepped forward to get closer, wanting to hear the cloaked kid's final, desperate screams. But wait, suddenly, the spot where the young wizard stood went empty. His body had vanished completely, which was impossible for a dead corpse. One of the henchmen stared at the scene, utterly bewildered by what he was seeing. Instead of Jamie, Fina was now lying at his feet. The boss was totally stunned, because he clearly remembered blasting the cloaked kid, not one of his own men. How did they swap then? Jamie whispered mockingly from right behind him, to humiliate his opponent and show him just how badly he messed up. But the second the man tries to spin around and see his face, the very kid he thought was already dead. Jamie smoothly dodges the swing, flashing to safety with unreal speed. He pops up right in front of him and asks if murdering his own worker was fun, instead of the one he actually wanted to target. Honestly, Jamie feels pretty amazing right now. having escaped certain death while totally outsmarting his enemies. He is actively breaking their boss down. The gang leader has so many questions, starting with who this cloaked brat even is, how he survived, and if that pile of ashes on the floor is actually whatever remains of Finn. He also wants to know what kind of dark, creepy energy is swirling around the young mage. Jamie just warns him that it is foolish to act tough and throw his life away, especially when his mana is only at level 3. That weak energy will never save him here. The syndicate branch leader refuses to let this kid look down on him. He's going to fight to the bitter end just to claw his way out of this trap. Escape is his only priority right now. To escape, he unleashes some tier 3 magic designed to trigger a massive explosion. Sure, it is not quite as devastating as 5th tier spells, but it gets the job done. He is absolutely sure this blast will reduce the brat to ash. How dare this little kid play him like a fool? A tiny spark ignites between them. This should be the end of their highly chaotic battle. Now watch, because Jamie does not even flinch. He is completely calm. He calmly says that when weaklings face a truly superior foe, they become incredibly pathetic and easy to manipulate however he wants. Because of that, he honestly loves breaking these fools down. It is just too simple. They seriously thought they could actually stand a chance against him. Within mere seconds, his weak opponent collapses straight onto the dirt, dropping to his knees without being able to do anything at all. All that tough guy confidence he had just a moment ago vanishes. Now he has to suffer through the absolute agony of his final moments. His underlings watch this go down, unable to believe their eyes. Their powerful boss was destroyed with barely any effort at all. It clicks instantly. They are dealing with an absolute monster. They need to run away as far as possible before they become his next victims. But escape is not an option. Instead of explaining anything, Jamie simply says they are totally out of luck today. And just like that, the cowards who were about to flee and avoid a fight they knew was a guaranteed loss find themselves completely trapped with no exit. With just one more decisive step, Jamie can end them all right here. They will not even have enough time to process what is happening to them. That is exactly how it goes down. Wearing a dark, satisfied grin, he clenches his fist to put an end to their misery and ended their suffering. Then he walked back to his very first opponent. This guy was the leader of the fallen thugs, a perfect tool for his plans. Without a single word, Jamie grabbed the man by his hair. He yanked him forward roughly, forcing him to pay close attention. The man needed to listen carefully to the orders he was about to receive. But before anything else, Jamie wanted every bit of information this leader possessed. Running a branch of this operation meant he had access to exclusive secrets. After taking those devastating magic blows, this guy was left completely broken. He had no will left to resist, ready to obey his new master blindly. The broken leader immediately began spilling every detail about their new plans. He spilled details on their horrifying plan to use innocent children for trade. This was not news to Jamie, since his previous targets already confessed. And yeah, this confirms the horrific human trafficking ring is absolutely real. With these two captives, he could finally force a confession out of his father. Now he just had to decide what to do with his final prisoner. Even though Jamie spared his life, the man's soul was completely shattered. His body was intact, but death was already knocking on his door. As a third-class wizard, his corpse would naturally rise as an undead. But because his soul was so damaged, his body would start rotting quickly. That rotting process was going to be an incredibly ugly sight. A walking corpse decaying in the middle of the city would cause mass panic. He couldn't let that happen, so he had to find a cleaner solution. It was time to look for other ways to handle this messy situation. He did not want to bring any unwanted attention to himself. Then it hit him: a third-class wizard must have a massive pool of mana. All of that residual magical power could be put to extremely good use. Placing his hand over the dying man, he began to drain his mana. He pulled the energy deep into his own core, second by second. It took a few minutes, but he felt completely refreshed and refueled. The strain from the battle was gone, his energy balance fully restored. Sure, the stolen mana had some impurities due to the physical limits, but absorbing this massive amount of power was still a huge win for him. Next, he had to deal with the first two captives he had caught earlier. They were currently sitting quietly, waiting like puppets for his next command. even though he forced some mana back into them to keep them going. Their bodies were fading fast, and they wouldn't survive much longer on their own. To keep these valuable puppets from dying, he had to act right away. A perfect plan formed in his mind to use them without wasting any effort. To pull this off, he needed to summon Black to assist him. The loyal shadow beast would provide the raw magical energy required for the job. Within seconds, the dark creature manifested, standing completely ready. It was eager to execute any order, treating Jamie's word as the absolute highest law. Since these two still had a major part to play, he couldn't let them die. The only logical option left was to use forbidden necromancy on them. It was a dark art that would grant him absolute control over their bodies. Puppeting dead bodies like this was pretty close to raising the dead. Except these thralls had zero free will, they were completely stripped of life. Every single rule of necromancy defied basic logic and natural laws. It was nothing short of pure, unnatural madness. Just like that, the two became his absolute, loyal servants. Now they had to exist in a state that completely defied death itself, mocking natural law just to obey his commands. To pull off a dark stunt this massive, Jamie needed his little pet. The creature obeyed instantly, shielding his young master from any deadly backlash. Black channeled extra mana into the corpses to lock down the connection. This ensured the new thralls would never slip from Jamie's grasp. With plenty of raw power secured, he could finalize the ritual and create his perfect, obedient playthings. Yet despite his intense efforts to spark some mock life into them, things immediately began sliding off track for the young mage. The targets were still stubbornly clinging to their fleeting human souls, even though surviving this brutal ordeal was pretty much a pipe dream. Jamie promised to grant them immortal vessels free of pain, shells that would absolutely never suffer from fragile human weaknesses. Yet they still resisted until their eyes suddenly rolled back, glowing. Now watch closely, this is where the dark magic finally takes hold. He was incredibly close to locking down his new puppet collection. The boy rushed to finish the binding before their fleeting souls could escape. First to snap was the purple-haired fighter, completely losing his grip. His mind shattered as the transformation began ripping through him. He screamed in absolute agony from the chaotic changes taking place inside. Seconds later, his partner fell into the exact same agonizing trance, kissing their humanity goodbye forever. They were undead thralls now, and Black deserved plenty of credit for helping. He kept the mana levels completely stable for his master the entire time. Jamie watched the pair with high hopes, desperate to see his hard work succeed. This time, he wanted absolute control. Their groans confirmed that the ritual had worked. He seized complete control of their minds, ready to command them at will. But wait, did you catch that creepy shadow swirling right behind them? Ominous black smoke began swirling behind them, hinting at a darker force. Both thralls stared back at him with hollow, glassy eyes, slowly assessing the room, taking in the quiet after the chaos. Meanwhile, Black started acting pretty anxious, as if sensing a hidden flaw, though Jamie could not spot any issues. The boy hissed at his pet, telling him to quiet down immediately. He could not afford any hesitation before taking their next big step. Jamie was absolutely certain his companion had done his job flawlessly. There was zero reason to stress, so he tried to soothe the creature. Jamie figured it was just his own pre-ritual nerves playing tricks on him, doubting his own limits, though that eerie feeling was still pretty hard to shake. This was the expected result, but his past still clung to him. Even now, messing up these simple, trivial rituals was pretty disappointing. He stared at the two poor souls, wondering if keeping them alive made sense, especially if he could not make full use of them anymore. Honestly, their worth was dropping incredibly fast. If they kept leaking that black smoke, sneaking into Janice's church was impossible. They could not even walk into a local tavern without being noticed. That is when Black acted pretty strange. He tried desperately to get the attention of his distracted master. To make sure he caught Jamie's eye, he even bit his cheek. He wanted to show just how deeply invested he was in this. The boy was pretty annoyed that his pet dared to act so boldly, since Black was supposed to look up to him as a major authority. But when Jamie looked over, Black gently perched on one of the corpses. Black peered closely at the head of one of the newly transformed dead. By focusing, his pet could actually help him control them. This would make their appearance far less suspicious by hiding the smoke. Jamie was pleasantly surprised to see his pet pull off such a trick. It showed that his pet's unique abilities could be used quite creatively. Black wanted to prove he could be useful in any situation. He had already absorbed almost all of the blocking energy. This was the very energy preventing the corpses from being used. With that hurdle cleared, Jamie could take charge again. Finally, the two corpses shifted back to their human forms. Now they looked like ordinary people, ready for whatever task lay ahead. Jamie scanned the area to make sure there were no unexpected threats. He wanted to avoid any unnecessary complications, given the tense situation. But check this out, all he really saw was his tired pet. Black had spent all his strength to absorb that troublesome energy. The boy could not help but praise his pet for working so hard. Black had done absolutely everything possible to help him carry out his master's original plan. Turning back to his new servants, he knew it was time. He needed to give them names and enough intelligence to follow basic orders. He decided to rename Jens to Asard since it fit him so well. The new name perfectly matched his threatening and deceitful vibe. As for Philip, he received the new name of Rizel. His vampire-like nature clashed with how desperately he fought for life. Jamie ordered them both to wake up, a subtle smirk playing across his lips. He felt proud knowing these two souls now depended entirely on him. At that single command, the two immediately stood up completely straight. They were ready to execute any command their master laid out. All he had to do was wave his hand, and they would instantly follow his lead. They hung on his every word, prepared to move on command. It was a bizarre sight, considering they were trying to escape earlier. They had wanted freedom, but now they were completely under his spell. After causing so much trouble for the organization, they were now forced back into service. But this time they would serve as mindless corpses. The two men stared blankly. They looked at their new master's hand, completely lost without any direct orders. Their minds were empty shells. Jamie realized they just needed a little more time. They had to adjust and slowly claw their way back to consciousness. It was all about getting their heads straight. Their sudden transformation happened so fast that their physical bodies could barely keep up. So the men simply knelt on the ground before him, showing absolute submission. They bowed to the Creator, who had dragged them back from the dead. Suddenly, the newly named Azard looked up and asked a quiet question. He wanted to know if this young boy was the one who made him. Jamie admitted it instantly, hoping to establish clear boundaries. He needed them to recognize him as their ultimate master and commander. Azard stared, wondering about the true identity of the cloaked figure before him. The kid looked barely 10 years old, yet he radiated a terrifying amount of pressure. That heavy, suffocating aura definitely did not match his incredibly young appearance. To Azard, it felt like this child had stepped straight out of some dark storybook. He seemed like the living embodiment of an ancient evil that shouldn't exist in this world. Cold terror gripped the servant's heart, growing heavier with every passing second. The oppressive energy was disgusting, and Jamie was clearly loving every moment of it. Jamie read his new puppet's mind easily, grinning at the sheer panic he felt. He didn't even try to hide his twisted delight at having complete control. It was a brutal show of power that crushed whatever pride they had left. To the undead soldier, the kid looked exactly like a ruthless demon king. Swirling waves of dark mana proved just how monstrously strong this child truly was. Nearby, Razel watched the whole terrifying display unfold with deep, paralyzing dread. He never imagined he would end up trapped in such a horrific nightmare, forced to live as a helpless plaything in the hands of a totally unhinged child. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed his fist tight to summon a shred of defiance. He wanted to show he wasn't just a brainless, obedient slave. Razel spoke up, admitting he didn't care if this kid was a demon king. He definitely wasn't human, no matter how small and young he looked. Jamie actually found their feeble attempts at rebellion to be quite amusing. Since they wanted to resist, they needed a quick lesson in absolute obedience. At the same time, he blamed himself for not making them perfectly submissive first. It was his own oversight for failing to completely rewrite their minds. He should have dominated them to the very depths of their souls. Not anymore. Honestly, you just know he is about to do something completely brutal here. He was going to force them to fall perfectly in line with his will. With a single flick of his wrist, one of the men collapsed instantly. He crashed face first into the dirt, completely unable to fight back against the pressure. Jamie chose to be intentionally ruthless to make a point. He wanted to show them the painful reality of trying to disobey him. To him, absolute loyalty and submission were the only things that mattered. Jamie, savoring every word, warned them he would forgive their behavior just this once. But if the guy dared to glare at him like that again, things would end very differently. Without any exaggeration, Jamie promised he would wipe out anyone foolish enough to act on their own free will and test his patience. Hearing this, the second victim watched with wide, terrified eyes, utterly paralyzed by fear. If his longtime partner had already surrendered to this nightmare, then he needed to follow suit immediately and avoid taking any unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Jamie pondered the souls that now belonged to him, realizing that regardless of what they actually wanted, they were bound to obey his absolute commands. As long as their dark contract held power, both of their lives belonged entirely to Jamie. Only he held their lives in his hands, the absolute law of dark magic. Yet, despite having absolute control, he knew he couldn't lose his way. He wanted to keep a shred of his own humanity, so he chose to reveal a secret. Looking at his terrified new servants, he decided to clear up a major misunderstanding. He pointed out that despite his overwhelming power, he was no demon lord. He was just an ordinary human stirring up trouble. Hearing this, the man backed away, slowly overcoming his terror, and finally gathered the courage to ask who he really was. After all, no regular human could ever possess such terrifying strength. Jamie just smiled, explaining he was an ancient dark magician who once fought the gods. A legendary mage who still held on to his ultimate mission, no matter the cost. With a playful grin, he laid out their very first assignment. They had one job: infiltrate the Church of Janus and gather every piece of intel. But that wasn't all. Jamie had one more crucial target for them. They needed to hunt down a human trafficker and bring him back alive. He needed actual testimony, not just more mindless, undead corpses. The brand new servants bowed deeply, terrified to even whisper a word of protest. Bound by dark magic, they had to obey their new master's every whim. One of them slowly raised his head to see if the mysterious robed figure remained. He let out a massive sigh of relief. The spot where Jamie stood was completely empty. He was gone, leaving them alone to process this nightmare. The two looked at each other in sheer disbelief, utterly lost on what to do next. Where would they even start? How could they survive this impossible situation? But the contract was already taking root, clouding their minds. Compelled by dark magic, they rushed toward the church to execute their orders, driven by their master's absolute command. Meanwhile, on the street corner nearby, Jamie's magical pet was whining loudly, lecturing him about his rash actions. Jamie had already tightened the absolute collar of obedience around their necks. Now they could never disobey his commands, no matter how desperately they wanted to. Time was ticking. In that case, his father would have to handle the human trafficking issue himself. He knew his father would easily handle it, as this directly violated his deepest morals. Besides, Jamie knew he couldn't just stand by and ignore what was happening. He couldn't turn a blind eye to this corruption, especially since these very lands would eventually belong to him as his future inheritance. With everything set, Jamie had to hurry back. He had already been away for too long. Being away from home too long might make his family and servants quite suspicious. So he muttered to himself, today it was definitely time to head back. He turned directly to his magical beast. The pet was supposed to help him. Suddenly, a random kid slammed into his back. It happened so fast that Jamie did not even have time to dodge. Spinning around, he saw it was just an accident. The boy was running blindly. He fled like someone was chasing him, completely ignoring everything in his path. Even so, Jamie could not let it slide and grew pretty annoyed by it. Sure, accidents happen, but to him, this felt like a massive sign of disrespect. He was fully prepared to teach this random kid a lesson right there. But then he stopped. The boy was just a kid with no bad intentions. He had almost forgotten a pretty crucial detail. Jamie himself looked like a mere child, which the other boy quickly pointed out. That did not sit well with Jamie, who occasionally forgot his own physical form. He was technically only 9 years old here, regardless of how mature his soul was. With all his ancient experience, he decided to let it go this time. He warned the boy to watch his step. Fighting now would just be foolish. The other boy just stared blankly, completely unsure of how to react. He was getting lectured by someone who looked exactly his own age. There was absolutely no reason for this kid to act so superior. Suddenly, the boy barked out that he could not understand Jamie's attitude. How could he act like an adult when he did not have a single gray hair? To the kid, gray hair meant maturity, a weird argument that stunned Jamie. The logic was incredibly strange and uneven. Jamie was left trying to figure it out. How do you even respond to a bizarre claim like that? It was impossible to argue with the obvious physical facts, but still. Jamie looked down at the boy, who was still sprawled out on the dirt. The kid stared back up with absolute, sheer confusion. Suddenly, Jamie noticed that his hair color was completely different than normal. It was definitely not his usual shade. He instantly knew his magical pet, Black, had a hand in this mess. It was pretty shocking that Black actually dared to interfere with his master like this. He dared to stop his own master. Where on earth did the beast learn to act so incredibly stubborn? Jamie turned back to the boy, telling him to watch his tongue or face punishment. His voice was incredibly cold, leaving no doubt that he meant every single word. The threat worked instantly. The boy nearly burst into tears right then. Sensing real danger, he frantically scrambled forward to beg for forgiveness. Since the kid backed down and did no actual harm, the issue ended. The magical pet seemed satisfied, finally letting them proceed with their original plan. They really had to hustle now, because precious time was slipping away quickly. Getting back home quickly was absolutely crucial to avoid any awkward questions. Once they made it back, Black looked pretty down and kind of depressed. He seemed deeply offended that his master had not treated him with more warmth. Jamie did not bother explaining himself, firmly believing his actions were totally justified. That dog knew exactly what he did wrong to end up in this terrible mess, with worse punishment promised next time. Even so, the pampered pet still tried to show off his special status. But our young hero really wondered where his familiar learned such bad behavior. Sinking into his pillow, the wizard finally felt a massive wave of exhaustion. Built up overnight, he had used up far more mana than he expected. Things were bound to get incredibly chaotic soon, but for now, he managed to enjoy a quiet, peaceful life after his reincarnation. But get this, everything was about to change. The god he hated most in the entire world, Janus, appeared in these lands. He clenched his fist hard to suppress the raw fury boiling up inside him at the mere mention of this god, who had inflicted so much suffering on him in the past that now only absolute revenge would do. He played out an imaginary face-off in his head with the deity, thinking that the god could try his absolute hardest and gather all the followers. But in the end, victory would be ours. His eyes burned with a fierce determination that could never be faked. His entire existence was now. His whole focus was now on crushing his ancient, hated enemy. Meanwhile, things were shifting as his mindless puppets finally set out to execute his direct orders. Sart approached his old colleagues, demanding to know the location of the high-ranking officer who ran the local human trafficking ring. This took the criminal completely by surprise. He had literally seen Yen's dead body, yet here he was talking. Honey had sworn to kill them both. But somehow Yen's had survived. This meant his old partner had probably been completely defeated by that weird kid who did not even know how to use mana. To make his former partner speak up much faster about where their target was hiding, he smashed his fist into the wall right beside his face. A clear warning that the next devastating punch would land directly on his face. He needed this crucial information immediately to wrap up his mission quickly. He simply did not want to waste precious time. He was done playing nice. The terrified cultists stammered that they had heard nothing from the others. If word got out that Yen's was back, it would spark massive, uncontrollable panic and total chaos. It seemed like everyone had already met a pretty grim fate, desperate to find a way out. He blurted out that he honestly had no idea where the senior commander went. But before he could finish, a second high-ranking undead puppet emerged from the shadows behind him. This one had real rank and authority, which made a massive difference. The terrifying puppet, formerly known as Philip, asked if the frantic claim the cultist had just yelled out was actually the truth. The guy swore it was the absolute truth, pleading that they could ask any of the other members to confirm his story. This delay was incredibly annoying. Finding the leader was crucial to complete their master's order, as that boss always kept tabs on everything unfolding in the city. there was a strong chance he knew his target's whereabouts. The church was a dead end, so he changed tactics and asked them directly. He demanded to know where their boss had disappeared to. Instead of guessing blindly, he wanted a solid lead. The captured informant realized he had to give a real answer this time. One wrong word would get him shredded by these two absolute monsters. Playing it safe, he carefully stammered that their leader loved cheap drinks and flirting with pretty women, making the local bars their best bet. The two undead thugs shared a quick look, considering this lied. It actually made perfect sense to start hunting through the local taverns. They needed to track down the exact man they were searching for. The helpless target sighed, hoping they would finally leave. He was incredibly relieved that he had managed to avoid any brutal punishment for lying. But right as he relaxed, a massive fist slammed into his face. The brute completely shattered any hopes the boy had of walking away entirely unscathed. So much for escaping this terrible nightmare unharmed. He remembered their master ordered them to bring back an accomplice. This guy would have been a great witness to expose the child trafficking. But that left them with a fresh headache where to stash this hostage. One suggested tying him up in the nearby forest so he could not escape. The other agreed but thought locking him in their home warehouse was safer. It would keep him secure and accessible for whatever they needed next. Without another word, Azar hoisted the unconscious informant onto his broad shoulders. They moved fast toward the warehouse, having wasted enough precious time. This chaotic interrogation had barely given them any real, solid answers. Meanwhile, on a quiet street nearby, a young boy tried the handle. He was trying to enter a well-known spot infamous for shady clients. Stepping inside, the air grew cold as he saw bodies littered everywhere. Fresh pools of thick blood covered nearly every inch of the floor. This was the very boy who had bumped into Jamie earlier. Looking around in total disbelief, who could have done this? Why was everyone torn apart? He refused to let his mind wander there. Faced with the reality that everyone here was dead, he panicked. No one was left alive to answer his burning questions. Just moments ago, he was terrified of getting beaten for a minor mistake. But now, those cruel masters would never raise a hand against him again. Realizing his chance, he prepared to run as fast as possible. He needed to escape before the rest of the gang showed up. Becoming a witness to this massacre would get him killed instantly. Meanwhile, the morning sun gently warmed the halls of the Count's grand estate. The soft morning light signals a fresh start, but not a happy one. There was simply no escaping the heavy duties that lay ahead of him. The young master sighed, bracing himself for the tasks he deeply detested. He was about to do something he absolutely despised doing. But choice was a luxury he did not have, so he quickly got dressed. Stepping out of his room, he prepared to face his unwanted fate. It was a necessary move. The boy turned to his magical pet, explaining that since his father sensed him, they had to cut the call short. Ready to proceed, the boy prepared to enter the dining room for their morning family meal. He had to play the perfect son. He offered a polite greeting, but only his father was sitting at the table. His mother was mysteriously missing from their morning meal. The friendly head of the house smiled warmly at him, asking if he had slept well. He barely noticed her absence before catching a flash of movement. Spotting the very edge of her hair, he realized that fate was still being incredibly cruel. She lunged, desperate to trap her beloved son in a massive hug. She desperately missed her beloved boy after not seeing him at all the entire day before. He had to play his role as a loving son, even if every fiber of his being screamed against it. There was no escaping this family theater, so he pretended not to notice. He knew exactly where she was hiding the entire time, all a show. He just wanted to delay the inevitable torment. He desperately hoped for just a few more seconds of quiet peace. His mother was absolutely thrilled to surprise him, beaming with pure, genuine joy. She eagerly asked if it was a major shock, but he smoothly called it a pleasure. The woman simply adored her son, wanting to cling to him every single second. She wanted to spend every single moment of her precious free time right next to him. Jamie tried to stop her, suggesting they finally sit down and eat. Anything to distract her from this intense and overwhelming displays of affection. But instead of making his escape, he got hit by a surprise attack from both sides. His mother and little sister both pounced, trapping him in a double hug. They seemed determined to squeeze the life out of him. He finally fought his way free, demanding his right to sit down and eat his breakfast. They finally began their meal, which had been delayed by all this clinginess. It was honestly exhausting. His mother immediately moved on to her next victim, targeting his younger sister with massive hugs. The girl giggled happily, loving the warm embrace with all her heart. For a second, Jamie wanted to pinch his sister's cheeks too. Baby's cheeks were just so incredibly soft. But reality crashed back in, snapping him out of the cute moment. He scolded himself for letting his guard down against the dark plans he had made. After they finished eating, the family began discussing tomorrow's big event. Jamie listened quietly to the conversation, realizing he had absolutely no idea what they meant. While playing with his sister, he casually asked his father about it. He needed to keep tabs on every major event in the household. His father Arjuna looked surprised, realizing he had not actually briefed his eldest son yet. He felt quite guilty for neglecting to tell him about the upcoming event so soon. Arjuna looked embarrassed, but his mother quickly came to his defense. She claimed she forgot because she was too worried about Jamie's health. She hated admitting any fault. Hearing this, Jamie instantly figured out the truth. She was definitely referring to the day she saw his breathing technique. Technique, given her nature, this would have terrified her, so Jamie decided to step in and apologize for all of it. Because he hated causing her so much stress and anxiety. And also to slowly win back her trust, she assured him she would always be fine as long as her beloved children were safe and sound. She just wanted them to stay safe so she wouldn't have to worry. Because if Jamie kept giving her these heart attacks, she might collapse in the hallway and burst into worried tears. But bringing his thoughts back to reality, Jamie asked what they were talking about. What exactly were they gossiping about without his participation? Actually, a massive grand ball was being organized by the local counties. Hosted by the Welton and Simon families, and basically every Eastern noble was going. Usually kids were left behind, but this time, they were finally old enough to attend, which absolutely thrilled their mother. While she was absolutely overjoyed, Jamie only saw this as a massive, annoying headache. He realized all of his precious free time was about to disappear completely. Now he had to play the perfect son for everyone. So he had to finish his secret business fast. By nightfall, he threw on his dark cloak, slipping out into the city for another secret mission. He summoned Black, his loyal magical assistant, sending him ahead to check on his 2 undead servants working tonight. A quick flight across the city was all it took to reach his destination, where they had already completed most of their tasks. He landed carefully, ready to make his way forward completely on his own. Without waiting for Black's help, meanwhile, a heavy door opened into a dim, mysterious room, indicating his guests had finally arrived. They were ready to report. Both of them looked extremely focused and serious, knowing the entire mission depended on them. Jamie pulled back his hood and got straight to business. He immediately asked how things were going with his orders, and how much they had accomplished in that time. One of them apologized immediately, reporting a major setback. They had not been able to find anything about the Zenith Church, but promised they were close. The young man remained perfectly calm. He knew even top leaders could not crack this in a single day. So without wasting time, he moved on to his second order. They did much better with this task and managed to find a target. They found a member who could testify about the child trafficking. Exactly what Jamie needed. The captive sat there shivering, staring at the hair of the boy in front of him with dread. He realized the Welton family knew everything and retribution was coming. The undead explained that this man was one of the leaders of the criminal group, knowing Hannibal would try to kill him. This made him the perfect informant. Then Assard warned Jamie. There is nothing useful in those files, but Jamie quickly cuts him off. He points out that he can extract the truth far more easily himself. He commands them to pull the gag off their trembling captive. Otherwise, how can he confess? But before Jamie even asks a question, the man frantically shrieks that he knows absolutely nothing about their operations. He begs for his life, promising to dig up whatever they want. But you cannot bargain with a mage who plays by his own brutal rules. Jamie coldly assures the man he has no plans to kill him. Instead, this captive is going to complete one very specific, unavoidable task for them. Jamie unleashes a suffocating, dark pressure that demands total submission. Weeping in sheer terror, the prisoner gasps that he will do literally anything, even hunt down his own leader. He just desperately begs Jamie to spare his life. But the man is talking way too much, completely testing Jamie's patience. It is hard to think with all this useless begging, so with one flick, Jamie seals his mouth shut, not a single sound can escape his lips. Next, the young mage places his hand directly onto the prisoner's skull. He channels his raw mana to seal the deal. This spell will lay out the instructions perfectly, leaving zero room for doubt. The command is simple: go straight to the count and expose the cartel. This little stunt will trigger total chaos, which is exactly what he wants. Instantly, the man stands back up, his eyes glassy and completely hollow. He is now a mindless puppet, driven only by Jamie's absolute command. He turns on his heel, marching directly toward the Count's grand estate. He is a man possessed, walking to deliver the message that will ruin everything. Jamie calmly tells them there is no need for pity. The syndicate will be far too busy dealing with the furious Count. That lord will tear them apart. Now, Jamie turns his attention to his own loyal pair, his two faithful shadows. He commands them to leave the city immediately and find a safe hiding spot. They do not question it. Meanwhile, Black flutters close to his ear. The creature softly whispers a private message that no one else can hear. Their secret plans remain safe. Jamie realizes something feels different about them today. Usually they argue, but today they accept his commands without a single word. Their sudden obedience is absolute, making it seem like they are entirely different people now. They firmly declare that their master's orders are never up for discussion. They only need to follow his commands without asking any questions. The other servant adds that he understands the reasoning behind this escape. He agrees that hiding is the smartest move, while Jamie unleashes this chaos. After all, the Count will thoroughly wipe out the entire syndicate. In the middle of that bloodbath, 2 missing runaways will be forgotten. Everyone will just assume they died in the crossfire. Jamie explains that he will also be out of town for the next few days. It is best if they completely vanish so nobody can ever track them down. He spots their ties to the organization and quickly moves. He slips out of the sketchy bar, planning to head home where he can work in peace. Keeping a low profile, suddenly one of his new undead servants bursts out. He rushes through the door, shouting frantically as if some major crisis just hit. Jamie is completely shocked. What on earth went wrong in those few short seconds? He has no clue why the guy is looking so incredibly panicked. The servant calls out to him, suddenly shouting a highly unexpected question. He demands to know what kind of monsters they have actually become now, since they are already dead. They had accepted their deaths, but this bizarre new reality is just too strange. Seriously, can you even imagine waking up as a talking corpse? No turning back now. They made peace with it, especially since they got the crazy power they always wanted. Still, they desperately need to understand exactly what kind of creatures they are now. Jamie calmly tells him to just spit it out and ask a direct question. The servant explains that their physical strength is now vastly superior to their past lives. That is the ultimate shock. He wants to know if they became elite undead. Are they high-tier monsters with enough power to challenge some truly formidable foes? Formidable opponents. In response to this, Jamie just laughs out loud. The servant instantly panics, apologizing and wondering if he asked something incredibly stupid. He fears he offended his master, but Jamie is actually quite amused. He reassures him that everything is fine, his behavior was just highly amusing. The guy made him laugh, showing a pretty unique ability to adapt to death. Fallen is left totally speechless by this. He has no idea what to say. He just offers a quiet thank you, hoping he did not embarrass himself. Jamie notes, completely serious, that this is a first in his long spiritual life. He has never seen anything quite like this before. Even if his youthful body suggests otherwise, normally those undergoing the ritual despise their new form and turn into absolute, mindless monsters. They completely lose their minds, but these two are the exact opposite. Honestly, he got pretty lucky running into these two natural-born talents. They crossed his path yesterday. Ultimately, he explains the cold, hard truth. They are simply zombies. Their physical appearance did not change at all after death. But their physical strength has shot up, far exceeding any normal human level. Now these living corpses can finally understand what they have actually become. They can put the pieces together regarding their new existence. It is a critical moment. Jamie speaks with pure amusement, offering them a small bit of hope. He says if they work hard, they might actually become high-class zombies. He is joking, but there is a hint of real truth to it. This news brings immense comfort to both of these undead warriors. They desperately want to achieve something extraordinary in this second lease on life. With that, they bid farewell, and he commands them to lay low. They must hide well, even though things feel much less formal now. Jamie quietly reflects on them. They are not pitiful, but actually quite fascinating. They are not pathetic at all, reminding him of something rather unique. That was the same boy from the past, who left a permanent mark on his memory. But in the end, they had to head back. Immediately, since they were already running pretty late and needed to reach home fast. That very night, the Count turned everything completely upside down, targeting the leaders of a massive rival syndicate that had taken root in Hayes, bringing serious charges against its own internal members. The Count had to delay his travel plans to handle this mess and stop the gangsters from seizing control of the city and doing such terrible things like child trafficking. Because of this, only 3 of them would set off to the East's massive trading hub, Reagan, to attend that grand ball. The young man figured they would have reached it way faster using teleportation magic, but even without it, things were better. Yes, the past was far worse. History books clearly showed what went down right after his tragic death, when terrifying demons took over and the Demon King descended to Earth. But what a wild twist, he could destroy this fragile piece himself, and those 12 foolish gods, who for the longest time could never even unite, would finally feel his wrath. Crushing them now would be entirely effortless, even if countless innocent lives had to end. But that was none of his concern. While lost in these heavy thoughts, he drifted away from reality, slipping into a deep maze of his own dark plans. None of this matched his youthful look. He paused to feel the ambient mana swirling around, focusing on his inner core to find a sense of true harmony with magic. Meanwhile, his little sister had absolutely no clue what was running through her brother's mind, just incredibly happy they were traveling together to spend some quality time. Truthfully, he hoped this entire trip would wrap up without any unexpected disasters, since he wanted a quiet break while he could get it. Along the way, they passed so many stunning sights that they wished they could stop and admire, rather than just catching quick glimpses, and the destination itself looked truly spectacular and vibrant, especially for kids who had not yet traveled enough to grow bored of grand architecture. The city even managed to impress Jamie, who stared out the carriage window at this massive place he had never seen before. His mother smiled, noting it was by far the most advanced city in the kingdom, where it was impossible to find any other place with as much wealth flowing through it as Reagan. People said Seldom was incredibly wealthy, solely due to its connection to Reagan, and now he finally had the chance to witness it firsthand. While they stared in awe, the entire journey flew by in a flash, and before long they reached their destination. Jamie cheered, saying he wanted to see Count Simon so badly that his heart was practically bursting, playing the part of an excited little child. Naturally, his mother did not need much of an excuse to scoop him up in a tight hug, showering him with endless affection, gentle kindness and warm nature, which made her genuinely happy. As she calmed down, she asked if he liked Count Simon because he wanted to become a great magician just like him. Jamie was totally speechless, finding himself stuck in a pretty tough spot. So he simply nodded. He decided to keep quiet because talking about it might trigger a massive wave of motherly questions. She continued, explaining that Count Simon was absolutely incredible. Even though he was the exact same age as the boy's father, he had already reached the 7th class rank, showing stunning skill. His red lotus-like magic earned him the grand title of the Red Lotus Mage. Legend had it that with just a single spell, he could wipe out 1,000 people instantly. This piece of news caught Jamie's eye, so he wanted to dig deeper, asking what kind of person the Count truly was and how to properly approach him. She never expected her son to show such an intense interest in this subject and was completely unprepared to answer so many questions. At first, it made her feel a bit uneasy, but then she added that his hair was as crimson as fresh blood, bringing a dark touch of mystery to the conversation. Honestly, Jamie did not care if the man was the Red Lotus Mage or a 7th class wizard. All that was secondary. The only thing that actually mattered, and you can't blame him, was the power to take so many lives with one single strike. He wanted to speak with him to see how Powerful this mage actually was, and if he could learn something extremely valuable for his own future. His brief chat with Marcus was pretty useless because of how short it was, making him curious about their upcoming meeting with Count Simon. Finally, when it was time to step down from the carriage, their mother strictly warned them to stay close and not wander anywhere else. The boy had zero interest in arguing, simply wanting to avoid starting any more exhausting maternal lectures. So he just nodded in agreement. A dark-haired butler soon approached them and politely asked if the lady before him was Count Welton's wife, which she quickly confirmed. With a bow, he offered to lead them straight to their private rooms so they could recover from the long trip and prepare for the next big event. The suite was incredibly luxurious, showcasing a grandeur that was hard to imagine. Even in their own wealthy mansion, talk about next-level luxury, this was a whole other level. Every corner was decorated in gorgeous, exquisite detail, oozing a sense of pure opulence that an average person could only dream of affording. The polite servant explained that these would be their quarters during the banquet, and if they needed anything at all, they could simply notify their personal valet. Sears noted that the hospitable Count was extremely attentive, having prepared the absolute finest rooms for them, which was quite pleasing. They had even set up a completely separate room just for Jamie. The staff was surprisingly thoughtful enough to realize that he would prefer his own private space rather than bunking with his parents. His loving mother, famous for being heavily protective of her precious son, urged him to come straight back to her suite once he finished unpacking and settling in. Within just a few minutes, the young girl was surrounded by maids who the maids finished prepping her right on schedule. Everyone was stunned by her beauty, simply gorgeous. She stared at her own reflection. She barely recognized the woman in the glass. Their intense styling prep had worked magic. She looked absolutely, incredibly different. Even Jamie couldn't take his eyes off her. She radiated grace. Hard to believe she had 2 children already. She felt incredibly happy seeing her beloved son look at her with such speechless, heartfelt admiration. His opinion meant everything. She lit up like a kid, ignoring everyone else's fake praises. Only her boy's voice truly counted. She almost lunged forward, wanting to throw her arms around him and gush about how incredibly handsome and neat he looked. But the styling team quickly stopped her. No matter how much she begged them for just one single hug, they refused. One wrong move ruined the dress. Just as they finally accepted defeat, a brand new distraction walked in. Her little sister stepped out of the room, ready for the ball. She looked adorable, a perfect little doll. A doll dressed by a loving owner, meant to be admired and twirled around. But the little girl also really wanted her big brother's opinion, since their entire world revolved around him. A warm, loving family whirlpool, even if it felt a bit one-sided. Jamie smiled. Beautiful, he said, but asked if she felt uncomfortable. He suggested they just endure this painful clothing together. Until the end, it was his turn. The young master had to dress up in his very best and absolutely dazzle the waiting crowd. Trust me, he was about to steal the entire show with his looks. After some incredibly long, tedious styling preparations to ease his nerves before the massive meeting, where every single high noble in the kingdom would be present, they finally made their long-awaited grand move to the main hall where Jamie looked around. Memories of massive galas from his past life instantly flashed back. He was totally amazed. Such extreme luxury. The grand architecture and expensive clothing were truly off the charts. He quietly asked his mother if the Count actually enjoyed surrounding himself with all this flashy wealth. She smiled, telling him he'd find out soon during their face-to-face meeting. Suddenly, a group of noble ladies swarmed Madame Welton to chat. They immediately started gushing about how long it had been since they last met in person, showering her with endless fake beauty compliments. Jamie watched all this fake drama unfold with deep, quiet skepticism. He saw right through them. They were just desperately trying to curry some quick favor with his highly powerful noble family. Typical, the same fake behavior he remembered from his past life. Back then, fools kissed up to useless, stupid gods who caused him nothing but endless trouble. Those dark memories put him in a pretty foul mood. Fortunately, his mother knew exactly how to handle these fake, plotting vultures. Keeping their distance, total chaos still ruled the room around them. Everyone was absolutely thrilled to reunite, eagerly catching up on every single detail. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the noise to command attention. It was Rival Banner, an administrative official from the city of Reagan. He stood before the crowd, warmly welcoming them to the county ball. The hall fell silent, with all eyes instantly shifting to the speaker. With effortless charm, he had successfully quieted the restless nobles gathered for the massive celebration. Smiling, he announced that the dancing would start shortly, urging them to find seats. Their assigned seating had been arranged beforehand to avoid any chaotic mix-ups. Next, he requested that everyone prepare for the arrival of Count Simon. The host family was expected to enter any second now. They expected a warm welcome. Suddenly, a striking red-haired man walked inside. He stood out immediately, his fiery appearance clashing with the quiet crowd. Walking with total confidence, he took his time crossing the room. He clearly loved the spotlight, slowly soaking in the awe of every single guest. But his sudden arrival left one person completely frozen in shock. Jamie stared in absolute disbelief, instantly recognizing the highly dangerous figure before him. This was the last person he ever expected to see here tonight. The stranger noted they had not met in ages, spiking the boy's anxiety. All his worst theories were instantly confirmed. The young wizard was panicking. He found himself backed into a corner, completely unsure of his next move. One wrong step could ruin his entire reputation and trigger an absolute disaster. Smiling warmly, the redhead greeted them, hoping everyone would enjoy the county ball. He claimed to be absolutely delighted to share this event with them. But Jamie's mind was racing. He was standing before a level 7 mage. Keeping his cool was almost impossible when dealing with someone of this tier. He knew this powerhouse possessed the exact same legendary strength as Marcus Linmol. Honestly, he might even surpass that gray-haired old man. Suddenly, his mother's past warning echoed clearly in his mind. She had called him the Wizard of the Red Lotus, and now it made sense. This red-haired beast was highly intriguing, completely shattering all of his expectations. Deep down inside, the ancient soul in the boy's body was celebrating. This powerful connection could prove extremely useful in the near future. The Count then approached Madame Welton, noting their long absence from each other. He smiled, offering a subtle compliment about how much better she looked today. Keeping her composure, she politely asked him not to bring up past events. Still, she smoothly added that she was glad to see him healthy. The visiting Count quickly pointed out that Count Welton was missing. His wife quickly explained that her husband had some urgent matters to handle. He would gladly join the party later, once things settled down. The guest nodded, his eyes shifting to the young boy sitting right there. He politely asked if this was her son, acting quite formal. Beaming with absolute maternal pride, she introduced her brilliant son to the Count. Jamie watched him closely, hiding his deep curiosity behind a polite gaze. She then gestured to her beautiful daughter, Sarah Welton, next. The kids stepped forward to greet Count Simon himself, bowing politely to their host. Stating their names clearly, they made sure their family identity was heard. Carrying their name with absolute pride, they quickly charmed the Count's wife. She noted how remarkably beautiful and clearly intelligent the kids were, especially since they could behave so politely around powerful people in a new place. Their mother did not hold back her pride and agreed right away. Warmly praising her kids with absolute sincerity, she truly believed it. To her, her children were simply the best. Meanwhile, the Count watched closely. He stared intently at the eldest Welton son, feeling an unavoidable sense of suspicion. Something about this kid was off, but he kept his mouth shut. Jamie, however, was completely unfazed under the gaze of this powerful man. His own magic was already strong enough to sense exactly what he was up against. Wait for it, this kid is about to do something crazy. He quietly gathered mana in his fist, flexing it to show his hidden strength. It was a silent warning of what he could do. This actually made Simon smile. The usually cold, unexpressive Count was suddenly highly amused by the boy's audacity. Wearing a pleased grin, he looked down at the child and asked if his name was Jamie. A simple way to start a conversation with his young challenger. But the young Welton heir was not intimidated in the slightest. He confidently confirmed his name, keeping his eyes locked onto the Count. The silent battle of wills that started earlier was far from over. No words were needed, they knew they would speak later. It was a matter of principle now, as a shared curiosity bound them. Pleased, the Count turned and walked back to his seat. He left the Weltons to process the strange and intense encounter. Jamie watched him go, noting the Count easily exceeded his expectations. Meeting again without formalities was something he honestly could not wait for. But before they departed, polite pleasantries still had to be exchanged. They wished each other a great night, and the hosts offered their warm hospitality. Meanwhile, the Count's young son was staring at Jamie with complete confusion. He felt a strange vibe from Jamie that he just could not name. The boy wondered when their own father would arrive. His mother assured him it would likely be much closer to nightfall. With the guests gone, we finally get to see their true motives. A rather intriguing conversation quickly started among the family members. One of the sons asked what his father thought of Jamie Welton. The Count questioned what made the boy so incredibly curious. Why would a 10-year-old care so much about their brief chat? In his defense, the son pointed out his future role as family head. Since they were the same age, making a connection now was highly logical. The Count watched him, not buying this innocent act for a single second. Rumors said his son was already playing politics with the other noble kids. He was already showing real leadership skills among the highborn children. Naturally, he was likely trying to secure an early alliance here. It was totally absurd, but still worth playing along with for now. He threw out a cold remark, treating him like a dog, praising him for acting so wise. This praise made the young boy wonder if the man could share anything else about Jamie. Instead, the man fell silent and demanded his next drink be brought immediately. This request abruptly ended their brief conversation about the powerful Welton family. At least their son could count on real support from his much kinder mother. She always looked for potential in her children, gently asking him to stay close to Jamie. Their noble families had been allies for generations, a bond she wanted to preserve. Hearing this, the red-haired boy nodded and quickly agreed to her request. He promised to follow her wishes, telling her she did not need to worry at all. She smiled, pleased that her young son understood their complex aristocratic world so well. He seemed to respect the political strategies required to keep their house on top. Survival in high society required absolute loyalty. Once she felt their family business was fully settled, she decided to relax and ordered a drink to enjoy the pleasant evening. But watch closely, the exact moment they stopped looking, everything shifted. He dropped the fake smile, quietly apologizing to his mother in his head. He had absolutely zero intention of actually carrying out her naive request. There was no way he would play nice with that arrogant piece of trash. Jamie was acting way too proud, and it was driving him insane. The red-haired boy decided Jamie would eventually crawl before him on his knees. He made it his mission to shatter Jamie's calm, arrogant act once and for all. He wanted absolute submission. He was so lost in these dark fantasies that his thoughts turned to his father. The cold Count would finally have to acknowledge his efforts and recognize his worth. He desperately wanted his father's respect, to be taken seriously as an heir. Breaking a prominent member of a rival family would surely achieve that goal. Meanwhile, another member of Count Simon's house watched silently from nearby. He stared at his brother's smug face with clear disapproval in his eyes. Suddenly, a clever scheme popped into his head, and things were about to get wild. He wanted to see how the chaos would play directly into his own hands. As the dinner wrapped up, the nobles broke off into smaller, mingling groups. Networking was a vital survival skill in this cutthroat, high society of theirs. Meanwhile, Jamie's mother gave him some very careful parting advice. She told him to be friendly and build good relationships with everyone present. She then headed off to converse with other prestigious heads of families. It was her chance to reconnect with old allies she rarely got to see. Jamie, on the other hand, had absolutely no desire to socialize with anyone tonight. He simply wanted to get away and spend some time alone. He was exhausted from constantly acting the part of the perfect, polite noble. Desperate for the quiet he had been craving all day, he slipped outside. He wandered into a stunning garden, finding a peaceful pond reflecting the night. It was the ultimate spot to sit back and appreciate the silence around him. He spotted a secluded gazebo nearby, completely hidden away from any prying eyes. Finally, he could relax in peace and think about his next moves. He realized that raw power was not the only tool used to survive. Still, he found it pretty hard to imagine anyone actually reaching such a legendary height. Honestly, the kid felt a bit nervous about the upcoming meeting. He wanted to face the Count again and truly measure his power. But right then, a sudden voice behind him cut his thoughts short. Instantly, he gathers mana in his palm, ready to blow them away. No way was this a friendly visit. Jamie spins around with total focus. He unleashes a serious strike, aiming to crush whoever is sneaking up. For all he knows, he just walked right into a deadly trap. His spell sparks to life in a split second, leaving absolutely zero room for second thoughts. Finally, he gets a clear look at his target. But instead of some high-level assassin waiting in the shadows, he sees a terrified little girl who never expected this kind of insane reaction. Talk about a bad first impression. Jamie quickly halts his attack. He has no clue who she is, but she clearly is not a threat. The chances of this kid pulling a fast one on him are pretty low. So he snuffs out his mana and just stares at her. He is completely baffled how this random girl managed to sneak up on him. She lets out a shaky breath. She definitely did not sign up for this. Walking up to a guest in public should not involve dodging lethal magic. That is one lesson she will definitely remember for next time. Finding her courage, she suddenly snaps at him. Who attacks a person out of nowhere like that? Jamie shoots right back, pointing out that she sneaked up like a ghost. Honestly, that is not exactly polite either. He tells her she should be glad. She is still breathing, even if his welcome was a bit rough around the edges. Right now, he is way more interested in how she masked her presence. Sneaking past his senses like that takes some serious skill. The girl just smirks, realizing she holds the cards here. She could answer him or just leave him hanging to teach him a lesson. After getting blasted, keeping him in the dark sounds way better. But Jamie is already losing his patience with her attitude and her stealth. He makes it crystal clear that he is not here to play games. Without another word, he gathers a brand new sphere of pure mana. A little demonstration to show her he is not one to be messed with. This is no joke. The next blast fires, tearing through the air. It explodes mere inches from her foot, sending a very loud message. Give him real answers now. Or the next direct hit is landing right on her. The girl freezes up in sheer panic. She has no clue how to handle him without giving away her biggest secrets. She cannot blow her cover. Jamie watches her freeze up, casually pointing out his hovering spell. It is a second-tier wind spell, and it packs a real punch. He warns her right now. Without decent magical shields, this thing will shred her. It would tear straight through a fragile kid like her in a second. She could barely believe a single word coming out of this strange boy's mouth. To her, whatever he was making a fuss about just did not seem that serious. After letting his heavy words sink in, he asked her once more. Who are you, and how exactly did you end up sneaking behind me? She quickly realized that arguing with him was a terrible idea. He was acting pretty unstable, and things could get ugly fast. So she got ready to spill the details, but Jamie warned her. They needed to talk fast before a real bullet came flying her way. Just to get him to calm down, she blurted out that her name was Ashful. She proudly added that she was the eldest daughter of Viscount Volley. And she could summon spirits, laying all her cards on the table. Now, summoners are special mages who form contracts with mysterious spirits of nature. This granted them incredible, unique powers far beyond what ordinary magicians could ever dream of. Because they were so rare, the entire continent treated them as elite elites. They could easily claim the rank of a baron, so Jamie had to take her seriously. This girl was the real deal. A wind spirit must have helped her sneak up so quietly. Jamie pieced it all together as he listened to her story. He was pretty shocked. She was his age, yet already a fully fledged summoner. Most people only start connecting with nature around the age of 10. But looking at her, she was clearly a born genius who started training early. She might even sign a contract with a high-tier spirit king soon. But her sudden, angry shouting instantly snapped him out of his deep thoughts. She demanded to know who he was and why he used such scary magic. Jamie found it pretty funny that she was trying to interrogate him now. Clearly, this girl absolutely hated losing and wanted to even the playing field. She stood her ground, demanding he share some details about himself too. He figured there was no harm in sharing his name and title. He calmly told her he was the official successor to the mighty Earl of Welton. He added that it was a pleasure to meet Ashful, despite their rough start. This friendly greeting made sense, since the Volley family were actually loyal vassals. They served the county of Welton. This meant she was lower in rank. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Jamie's father was dealing with some local bandits, staring down their leader with pure annoyance. He usually left them alone because they actually came in handy sometimes. But they repaid his kindness by crossing a massive line, absolute madness. Getting involved in human trafficking was going to be their very last mistake. Behind the Count's calm, wise face lay a truly terrifying monster. When pushed, he became completely unstoppable and incredibly brutal to his foes. He coldly remarked that only someone completely insane would dare test his patience. You must really have a death wish to pull a stunt like this. The Count was radiating pure, unadulterated fury that demanded to be unleashed. These absolute fools had abandoned all basic morals, and they would pay. He did not care about their rules, and he certainly ignored their begging. Their desperate cries for mercy meant absolutely nothing. It was all just background noise, and nothing was going to save them now. He delivered his cold brand of justice, refusing to let any emotion break through. He ordered the insolent fool who dared defy him to be put to death. Hanging them the next morning would ensure they never got a second chance. His men quickly bowed, promising to carry out the Count's orders down to the letter. Everything would go exactly as Arjano demanded. Nobody pitied the bandits anyway. Their crimes had crossed every line of humanity. With the matter settled, Arjano immediately ordered his carriage to be brought around. He had to rush if he wanted to join his family at the ball in time. Minutes later, the carriage was tearing down the road, kicking up dust. He was racing back to the venue, where his wife and children waited. Meanwhile, the exposed human traffickers were being marched off to their final destination. They walked slowly toward the gallows, knowing their lives were completely forfeit. That was the price for dealing in human lives, a brutal final end. From the shadows, a cloaked figure watched the prison convoy pass by. He kept a low profile, his eyes narrowing in sheer disgust at the sight. These useless tools had failed him completely. It was time to initiate Plan B. His fingers tightened around a strange orb, his mind already plotting the next move. Far from this grim scene, across the kingdom at the grand noble estate, and honestly a completely different kind of drama was brewing in the quiet gardens. Two noble kids stood frozen, locked in a tense, silent standoff. Neither would budge, trapped in a sudden confrontation. It had flared up out of nowhere, leaving them both completely on edge. Jamie's mind was a total mess. This was exactly what he wanted to avoid. He had only slipped away into the garden to find some damn peace. Losing his patience, he whirled around and snapped at her. "Why are you tailing me?" he demanded. "Just let me be alone." But her response caught even this reincarnated soul completely off guard. She bluntly stated that her father being his vassal meant absolutely nothing. Status did not dictate how they should treat each other. He scoffed, telling her to shut up and get lost. She was being incredibly annoying, and he did not need the extra stress. Jamie turned to walk back inside, warning her not to follow him. But she suddenly grabbed his wrist, refusing to let him walk away. This was getting ridiculous. His mother and sister were already suffocating enough. Now he had to deal with a random girl invading his personal space too. He genuinely could not understand why she was clinging to him like this, especially since he had literally threatened to end her life just minutes ago. But Ash simply saw him as the first kid her age at this party. She wanted to make a friend, seeing this as a perfect chance to socialize. Jamie stared at her, unable to process her incredibly naive logic. The very idea of friendship sounded like a cruel joke to him. It felt completely unrealistic, something he could never actually have. He never imagined her stubborn pestering came from a place of genuine curiosity. An incredibly awkward silence stretched out between them in the cold night air. A servant made sense, but a friend, that was a total mystery to him. Could not solve. To be completely fair, though, the young wizard knew that friends were incredibly important to kids her age. That was something he had forgotten while living his second life, failing to understand the reality of her current age. Even though tears were practically welling up in the little girl's eyes, he fully understood that this was not his problem at all, nor was it his duty to cater to her needs, so Jamie snapped irritably that she could easily find someone else, since he had no interest in making friends and did not need that kind of relationship. The girl yelled back that he was being extremely rude, which instantly reminded him that she was only 10 years old and could not act with real maturity. Still, in his personal opinion, human friendship, like any other relationship, was completely irrational because it only threatened his own safety and interests. If he had realized this harsh truth right away during his first life he would never have had to face. The terrible consequences of betrayal, so he believed it was vital for her to understand the painful truths he learned through suffering and mistakes. Right now, without any delay, but at this moment, Jamie felt extremely annoyed and secretly angry at the girl, who kept reminding him of those painful past events, which only made him feel bitter. The moment he managed to escape her pursuit and finally stood entirely alone, a different voice called out from behind him, meaning more trouble was heading his way. A group of boys from other noble families stood there, harboring far worse intentions toward the young boy than the pushy friendship offered by Ashwella. He immediately noticed the bright red hair belonging to the eldest son of Count Simon, who stood proudly in front and looked like the undisputed boss of this little gang. But of course, Jamie was not frightened at all, as the bullies might have expected. Instead, with a quiet aggression held back by cold calculation, Alf asked how the boy dared to address him. Like that, the other boys instantly noticed Jamie was addressing their big brother with total disrespect, which was completely unacceptable behavior for their entire group. A second boy standing in the back bragged that this was indeed the great Alf standing before them, and honestly, that name meant absolutely nothing to a reincarnator like Jamie. To clarify, the lackeys proudly blurted out together that Alf was the eldest son and heir of Count Simon's powerful family, believing his status was more than enough to terrify anyone. But the young wizard was already completely sick of these annoying upstarts. He didn't even know, so he cast a silent spell to shut them up instantly. No matter how desperately they wanted to keep talking, this left them completely stunned because, despite their mouths moving and the words they wanted to scream, absolutely no sound came out. Meanwhile, their proud leader Alf, who was supposed to be their ultimate protector, now stared at his followers in utter confusion, trying to figure out how to help them without becoming the next target. He realized that some sort of absolute silencing magic had been cast on his friends, but he had absolutely no idea how to counter it. Jamie calmly noted that the red-haired Alf was at least slightly better than those fools, simply because he actually understood what was happening. Alf simply could not believe such a spell actually existed and lost his composure. He blurted out that he was far older than this young wizard, but Jamie did not care. Jamie wanted to skip the talk and get straight to business. Before the same quiet fate fell upon him too, Alf realized something very important. Despite being older, he held absolutely no power here and had to fall in line. He had to follow the subtle demands of the young Welton heir. Even so, the redhead felt he had to prove his own worth. He wanted to hold his ground just long enough to see how bad things really were. Clearing his throat, the young noble tried to act totally unfazed. He casually claimed he did not come all this way just to start a fight. He just wanted a quick, peaceful chat and dove straight into it. Alf even praised Jamie, calling him amazing for mastering a difficult silent spell. Jamie saw right through the empty flattery and wanted him to get to the point. He calmly warned the redhead to turn back and stay out of his way. Otherwise, there would be some very serious consequences. This response did not please the redhead one bit. He expected far more respect and immediately started bragging about his noble family. It was hardly a secret anyway, as his high status was known to everyone. Everyone already knew he was the son of the prestigious Earl Simon. Feeling a bit safer knowing Jamie recognized his rank, Alf continued. He pointed out that, as the Welton heir, they should easily find some common ground to talk. Gesturing to his rough bodyguards, he claimed they only acted hostile because of Jamie. But that was a complete lie. If Jamie had not displayed his power, they would have forced him. Alf kept talking smoothly, claiming they would eventually lead the entire Eastern aristocracy. So it was best to form a close alliance right now. Jamie saw right through his pathetic words and knew exactly what he was after. No matter his friendly act, Alf just wanted to dominate the new Welton heir. The boy was growing deeply annoyed, just standing here listening to this nonsense. He bluntly told Alf that he had absolutely zero interest in his plans. If that was his entire pitch, he should just leave immediately. Hearing this, the arrogant redhead completely lost his temper and snapped. Honestly, his massive ego just completely shattered. It deeply insulted his pride that a mere kid would dare dismiss his noble status. Instantly, he dropped the friendly act and switched to threats. He snarled that he could easily crush Jamie's weak magic into absolute dust. In his mind, the boy would have no choice but to serve him blindly. He felt incredibly powerful, drunk on the raw strength at his command. Alf's expectations failed, as Jamie showed absolutely no fear or surprise. He simply stared at Alf like a fool, showing off weak, pathetic tricks. Instead, Jamie just offered a cold, mocking little smile. That single smirk completely shattered the tense, threatening atmosphere Alf tried to build. It was clear the redhead always planned to use force from the start. He was ready to do whatever it took to force Jamie into submission. That turned his earlier words into pure lies, yet Alf did not even argue. Though he did admit to slightly tweaking his little plan after seeing Jamie's incredible power. In the end, he just decided to stick to his usual dirty tricks. Jamie found the entire display completely disgusting. Honestly, who plays with kids' feelings like that at such a young age? The young Welton heir looked him dead in the eye and asked a question. Did he honestly think the grown-ups would just let him run completely wild? Did they really see things his way? Jamie knew there would be consequences. The Earl of Simon's arrogant son was in for a massive wake-up call. Especially if his pathetic plan failed, but Alf just smirked right back. He was fully convinced that a noble like him would never face any punishment. His absolute confidence came from a special balm he had on him. It granted them temporary invisibility, the perfect tool to handle things quietly. Absolutely no witnesses, just clean, hidden business. He activated it. A glowing circle immediately appeared, shrouding them entirely from sight, along with the two other boys. Those two were still reeling from the painful effects of Jamie's magic. Jamie was not surprised at all. He immediately recognized the illusion artifact. But it proved he was dealing with a genuine, trained wizard. Only an actual mage would possess this kind of rare magical tool. Alf believed Jamie would soon be begging on his knees, begging for mercy. Armed with that smug belief, he prepared to dispel the boy's magic. He broke the binding spell, holding his two terrified lackeys captive. A sudden wave of relief washed over them. They could finally breathe again. That suffocating lump in their throats was gone. They glared at Jamie. For a second, they genuinely believed they were going to die right there. Humiliated and furious, they could not believe he had dared test them. Jamie did not care. He ignored their angry shouting completely. Instead, he focused entirely on analyzing the barrier's magic structure. Honestly, he had to admit, Alf's artifact was actually pretty high quality. Now wait, this arrogant brat actually managed to pique his interest. Even though the guy was acting like a total jerk yesterday. Alf sneered, calling his treasure interesting was a massive understatement. He promised that starting from today, the Welton family would suffer heavily. That was his grand plan anyway, but before he could finish, Jamie unleashed a spell they had never even seen before. The raw magical pressure slammed into all three of them at once. Left bloodied, bruised, and completely exhausted, they could barely stand. Jamie calmly advised them not to turn off that invisibility barrier just yet. Seeing them in such a pathetic state would totally ruin their pride. That agonizing look on their faces, definitely not a good look for them. Especially for high and mighty hypocrites, but they were in a bind. If they stayed hidden inside, the magic would keep crushing them. Keeping the barrier up would only drag out their painful torment. Ultimately, they collapsed right there on the street, totally defeated. They were completely broken, unable to recover from the nightmare inside due to Jamie's brutal actions. Some of his crew couldn't handle it and threw up right on the street, ruining the pristine lawns of this luxury estate. Every single impact from that fight kept echoing in his head like a physical blow, bouncing around a mind that simply couldn't process the defeat. Alf racked his brain, desperately trying to understand how this was even possible. How could he, a second-level wizard, find himself so completely outclassed? Especially when his opponent was supposedly sitting all the way at the fourth level. The power gap was just too wide to accept, leaving him utterly sick. He felt completely humiliated by his own absolute lack of real preparation. The young man replayed everything he knew about Jamie over and over. None of those facts aligned with the kid's terrifyingly vast magical reserves. It made zero sense for someone joining a family of sword-fighting knights. The only explanation was a once-in-a-millennium talent, a kind of genius that Alf clearly did not have, no matter how much he craved it. All he wanted was his father's praise, but now he had to stand up. He needed to save face after getting absolutely smeared across the pavement. He had to force himself to maintain some dignity. But deep down, Alf knew he could never forgive Jamie for this. He couldn't let it go, entirely consumed by hatred for that talent. He wanted to destroy the boy, to strip away his magic completely, to stop him from ever looking down on others. After that brutal street fight, they limped back home. Returning to their residence, they finally had time to analyze the situation. The harsh reality of their defeat was incredibly obvious now. His nervous crew watched their red-haired leader, questioning their next move. Will we really get away with this? Stealing a magical item is pure madness, but anger blinded him completely. He snapped that everything would be fine and told them to focus. They just needed to follow orders and stop complaining. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. It was his brother. This was bad since they needed to act with absolute caution. And just like that, they were spotted. Leon waved with a smug smile, knowing he was ruining the plan. Keeping this a secret was officially out of the question for Alf. Alf hissed, demanding to know what he was doing here instead of the ball. Leon just smirked, highly amused by his older brother's panic. He jokingly asked how his own brother could even raise that question. After all, they were standing right inside their very own family home. He playfully added that he couldn't just ignore his brother's pain. He had to be there for family, but then Alf's eyes shifted. He noticed an incredibly dangerous object clutched in Leon's hands. It was terrifying to even consider where he got it. A weapon with that kind of potential was no ordinary toy. Leon dodged the question, suggesting it was time to handle Jamie. Stolen from the Welton family together, this wicked plan hit the boy right in his most vulnerable spots, and he agreed because he wanted Jamie to finally get what he deserved. Honestly, he did not care where they got the item as long as it could help them succeed. When the night grew deep, the esteemed head of the Welton family arrived as promised, after finally wrapping up his urgent duties that had kept him busy at home far longer than expected, being greeted warmly by Count Simon himself as an honored guest, reflecting the deep friendship they shared. These alliances held massive weight in the political world of the nobility, and the red-haired host smiled warmly and extended his hand, mentioning with a grin that they had not crossed paths in what felt like ages, looking genuinely thrilled to finally see his old friend. The highly respected patriarch, representing the Welton family, was equally courteous, admitting surprise that the Count greeted him out here, personally teasing that such an honor meant the sun would surely rise in the west tomorrow. The two exchanged polite pleasantries, checking on each other's health and affairs, and quickly came to the pleasant conclusion that everything was going as perfectly as possible. With the greetings done, they decided to head inside to join the main. Inside, the banquet hall was alive, with a warm, lively atmosphere where everyone could unwind and enjoy the company of fellow nobles. Soon, they moved to a quiet room. They stepped into a private study lined with books, where Argino finally asked if today's grand banquet had concluded well, and Simon assured him that everything went smoothly. Then the red-haired host remembered he should share a quick observation about his guest's talented young son, confessing that he was very pleasantly surprised by his skills. Argino perked up instantly, curious to hear the candid opinion of such a legendary wizard regarding his young son, who possessed quite an impressive amount of potential and rare magical talent. Let's see if the proud father can hide his grin. Masked his deep affection to keep up his cool, composed, noble demeanor. The proud father simply laughed in response, stating that raising his children was the true purpose of his life. Simon dryly remarked that he envied such deep emotional connection to family. And Argino raised an eyebrow, questioning if something significant had changed since their very last private talk, dropping subtle hints about certain secrets that only they shared together. The red-haired count clearly wished to avoid answering, showing an obvious sign of deep discomfort. It was completely clear that some major crisis must have transpired behind the closed doors. Quickly changing his demeanor, Simon declared that the young Welton boy was incredible, but corrected himself, saying even that description was not enough to describe such rare talent. The proud father certainly enjoyed hearing these flattering words about his son, but he watched his host's face with absolute intensity. To ensure he did not miss a single hidden thought flashing across the count's face, he could tell the red-haired count was intentionally dancing around a heavy secret that he was too hesitant to bring up. You can bet Argino loved every second of it. Taking the initiative, the guest decided to push him directly with a blunt question on whether he considered Jamie capable, hinting at his immense potential in magic. Count Simon gladly welcomed this sudden challenge, keeping up his highly confident posture as he smiled, remarking that calling the young boy merely capable was practically meaningless. He then immediately admitted that his real potential was on another level. Simon declared that Argino's son was the absolute best he had ever seen, a historic genius. No one was stronger, Argino noted. Those were the words of Marquis Rinmal. Hearing this, Simon asked if Argino had actually met the young boy. Argino avoided it, but he secretly knew about Jamie's legendary power. Still, even Argino never imagined his own son would turn out this talented. Because of this overwhelming potential, he had decided to invite Marcus to meet the boy. If his son possessed such godlike natural magic, he could easily become a supreme wizard. He could use this incredible gift for himself and to protect the entire world. Simon listened, completely stunned that the great archmage would actually mentor the young kid. Limitless potential, that is what mentoring from the archmage meant. But Argino immediately admitted that Marquis Rinmal had actually declined the offer. It made sense since the kid was an unprecedented genius who could learn alone. Jamie could easily develop his own skills and reach the legendary 9th level. Argino admitted he actually envied this raw talent, which far surpassed his own. Yet he was incredibly eager to see what a wizard of that caliber could do. To see a wizard with perfectly honed skills, Argino was deeply taken aback. Shaking with sudden excitement, he quickly asked Count Simon what he truly meant by that. Simon began explaining his dark thoughts, starting with how humans are fundamentally too weak. They lacked resolve, immediately hinting at some pretty questionable intentions. Humanity built massive civilizations, but all of it was just a fragile illusion. Human mages were still pathetic weaklings compared to dragons or high elves. To him, the world only survived because of top swordmasters like Argino. Elite warriors who could shield humanity from terrifying outside threats. But Simon was deeply curious about how the global balance would change. Imagine that, a 9th class mage completely shattering all historical limits. Argino instantly caught on to what his old friend was hinting at. Yet he couldn't bring himself to speak, his mind racing with heavy thoughts. It was painful to consider, since this absolute monster would be his own son. Simon argued that even the highest dragons wouldn't dare look down on such a mage. They would have to take him seriously, but Argino firmly asked him to stop. Simon desperately wanted humanity to finally dominate this world. He wanted them to stop relying on false hope and hold actual superior power. To rule through absolute strength alone, Argino made a quiet, sharp remark. He warned that Simon was being far too arrogant about humanity's actual standing. And above all, he refused to let his young son get dragged into this. But Simon scoffed, arguing that a little arrogance is sometimes a necessary weapon. In fact, he claimed Argino knew this truth better than anyone else, pointing directly to the dark, erased history of their own ancient lands. The topic was heavy, even for a stoic leader of the Welton family. A man who usually kept himself perfectly composed, this secret was tightly kept. Only a tiny handful on the continent knew this truth, and it is terrifying. It involved events from 10,000 years ago, before all recorded history vanished. Of course, the gods had absolutely no intention of sharing this forbidden knowledge. Because of this, Count Simon believed that humanity desperately needed the power to strike back if danger ever arrived. They absolutely needed a fighting chance to stop the collapse of human history and civilization right before their eyes. After wrapping up that heavy debate, they decided to call it a night because it was getting incredibly late. In response, his dad just told him to get some sleep too before they said their goodbyes. They promised to meet tomorrow. Jamie was already in bed, practically drifting off because exhausting his magic today had taken a real toll. His father quietly looked over his sleeping son, fully aware of his genius. The boy was a true prodigy, carrying the massive hopes of everyone. Yet everyone seemed to completely forget one simple thing. He was still just a child. As a father, these insane innate powers deeply worried him. They could easily rob Jamie of a normal, peaceful childhood and future. It was honestly heartbreaking to view his own flesh and blood as a legendary 9th grade wizard instead of just his sweet, precious boy. So his father made a silent promise to protect him from that. He would do whatever it took to fix things. All he wanted was for his son to grow into a responsible, decent young man. The next morning, the bright sun finally rose over the grand estate, warming the lush, gorgeous gardens that surrounded the entire mansion. Inside this luxurious home, various noble families gathered once more to continue the grand celebrations into the second day. They mingled and gossiped in tight groups while Jamie kept thinking. He kept wondering why his dad was so on edge yesterday. Despite his deep curiosity, his options were pretty limited. He could not even use mind control at his current power level. His train of thought shattered when that same girl from yesterday approached. You remember her, right? The one he flat out rejected. He bluntly reminded her that he had absolutely zero interest in being friends. He wanted absolutely no contact, but she was incredibly bold and simply refused to take no for an answer, pushing her way in. She told him that his lack of interest did not matter. She was interested in him, so he had to listen, before Jamie could even protest. She suddenly began screaming at her older sister, catching everyone completely off guard. Nobody saw this coming. Jamie had absolutely no idea why she was so obsessed with him, especially since he had made his boundaries crystal clear. To avoid any unnecessary drama, he figured it was best to make a quick exit. He gave one final warning, stating he had no desire to get close. But Ash quickly chimed in, pointing out that their families were close allies. Then Rebecca, her older sister, stepped up and demanded that he show some basic respect as an earl's son, even though she was being pretty blunt herself. Jamie looked away in absolute shock, tuning out the argument between the sisters. Their bickering became pure background noise. He simply could not believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Ash completely misread his expression, assuming he had instantly fallen head over heels for her gorgeous older sister. It was not surprising considering how gorgeous she was, but his expression suddenly shifted. His face was filled with deep, nostalgic regret. He could not comprehend how she was standing here. He whispered Jane's name. His eyes welled with tears as he remembered the girl he loved his entire life, who had sacrificed her life to the ancient gods for his sake, which was the tragic reason why Diablo Wolfer became a cold monster because of her. Now she suddenly appeared before his eyes, completely shattering his hard-earned peace. Amidst this chaos, Alf suddenly stepped forward, determined to crush Jamie, or at the very least prove that he was the far superior and highly skilled magician. Clutched in his hands was the artifact, the very weapon he used yesterday. He sneered, threatening that Jamie was now nothing but a corpse for crossing the wrong person. Jamie stood frozen. He still could not get over the shock of meeting this girl who stood before him in the shocking guise of his beloved Jane. He paid zero attention to the empty threats coming from the Count's red-haired son. Instead, he could only look with deep pity at the sister of his new acquaintance. She did not understand why her presence had triggered such an intense, shocking reaction. He desperately wanted to understand, but he could only stare and whisper his beloved's name. Jamie's younger sister watched in utter disbelief, teasingly asking if he had actually fallen head over heels for Rebecca, just as they joked about yesterday. It seemed like a joke then. Their strange, quiet moment was abruptly shattered when Alf stepped in, demanding full attention and wanting nothing more than to see Jamie suffer. Pure, toxic hatred and malice burned so deeply in his eyes that it seemed impossible for a young kid completely obsessed with humiliating everyone around him. Suddenly, unleashing his roaring fire magic, Alf warned that in the future, Jamie must respect his elders. Jamie was caught off guard, entirely unprepared to defend himself right now. His mind was still completely consumed by thoughts of his long-lost Jane. Luckily, Rebecca got her bearings much faster, immediately rushing to help Ash out of the way, ensuring she wouldn't get dragged into trouble that had nothing to do with her. Then, with a single, effortless hand gesture, Jamie completely neutralized all of Alf's roaring flames. The arrogant boy just froze, staring at the useless artifact in his hands. He simply stood frozen, unable to comprehend how his 6th class Phoenix ghost spell was destroyed. A devastating technique his father sealed inside the artifact, yet he was utterly powerless. How did a 10-year-old kid stop such force? Absolute shock and total confusion clouded his eyes as this whole situation shattered his world, instantly crushing any hope he had of defeating a true representative of the mighty Welton family. Jamie glared back with cold, piercing eyes of absolute contempt. He was disgusted that Alf dared to pull a stunt like this. in a room packed with people, especially while Jamie was emotionally compromised. Because of that, Jamie decided to stop holding back, instantly casting a highly lethal spell. Directly at his opponent, in a flash, Alf's body was completely enveloped in frost, which thickened rapidly with every second, and chilled him instantly to his very core, making it impossible to even find a way to fight back, as everything happened way too fast. And even if he somehow managed to, there was simply no time left to cast a counter spell. Now the red-haired boy was slipping into a total panic, realizing that these relentless attacks might actually kill him, especially considering the dangerous opponent he had run into. Jamie watched everything with eyes burning with pure rage, completely blinded to everything right in front of him by his sheer hatred for this incredibly arrogant noble son. Suddenly, a hand waved before him, easily dissolving the magic that had gathered inside him, signaling that this was quite enough. Behind him, his father suddenly materialized, working to quiet a boy who had been trapped in a dark, trance-like state where only intense malice toward his opponent remained. The son did not even bother resisting his father, knowing that the entire situation had already spiraled in the worst possible way, and that provoking the adults further was a terrible idea. The nearby Val sisters watched the unfolding scene with equal shock, and the older sibling tried to calm Ash, who had nearly become a victim of the chaos. Unknowingly, Jamie succumbed to his father's soothing magic, and as his inner fury suddenly dissolved, he found himself almost falling fast asleep under the heavy influence of the spell. Argino, trying to settle his boy, silently faced Count Simon without saying a word, only casting a sharp glance around to piece together exactly what had occurred. Now the father stared at his young boy, completely at a loss about what to do next. Since Jamie had committed an act that was incredibly hard to overlook, at first they both assumed it was merely some simple misunderstanding, since this whole event happened right before the massive crowd at the estate and seemed far too surreal to be real. But get this, in just a few seconds, they realized this was no mistake, and that if they did not stop Jamie right now, Alf would end up dead. In a matter of minutes, Simon realized that despite Alf's remarkably weak abilities, which only allowed him to draw out half of the artifact's true power, the activated Phoenix would still reduce the entire ballroom to ashes, turning the place into a living hell. And yet this young child managed to completely erase that massive magic in a single second, which clearly proved his insane potential to become a ninth-grade magician, meaning he might actually fulfill his most cherished dreams. Alf's mother quickly rushed over, completely unable to accept what had happened, just like her husband, loudly reminding everyone that Jamie had tried to harm her son. And they absolutely could not let this go. On the other side, Jamie's mother stepped up, looking deeply anxious and urging him to tell the complete truth about what happened without hiding a thing. But Jamie declared that Alf had tried to strike first. She pointed out that the red-haired boy began the conflict on his own with no real justification, acting purely out of selfish, arrogant desires. On top of that, he had tried to assault her son using a dangerous magic artifact, which was now shattered because of Jamie's defense. The woman then turned to Countess Simon to demand if this was true, knowing that in such a case the entire blame fell squarely on Alf, and Jamie was merely defending himself. The rival mother immediately snapped back in defense, claiming that Alf had only meant to scare Jamie a little, yet Jamie resorted to such brutal violence. Sears looked completely unyielding, and there was absolutely no persuading her to find a peaceful end to this mess, as she looked ready to tear down anyone who threatened her child. Sears looked ready to tear Count Simon's wife to shreds. Seeking peace, Earl Welton stepped right between them, hoping to avoid any unnecessary conflict or public embarrassment. Meanwhile, Alf's mother felt entirely isolated, standing all alone to defend her son, while her husband stood completely aloof, completely ignoring the chaos around them. But her anxiety quickly turned to relief when she spotted the familiar silhouette of her husband heading toward their tense group, instantly assuming he had finally stepped up to help. At that moment she completely forgot how cold-hearted he usually was, only seeing him as a father bound to defend their son and protect his honor. But she was in for a shock. And get this, the entire situation took a stunning, unexpected turn because he declared that on such a lovely day, their own son had made an unacceptable mistake. Without a trace of support, he began bowing and apologizing to Sears for any potential harm their troublesome child could have caused. Sears was completely furious, She absolutely refused to tolerate adults playing political games with children. They now stood trapped in the center of a circle of whispering noble guests, who watched the unfolding drama, utterly unsure of how to react to the sudden, awkward clash breaking out right in the middle of a festive party. Sears noticed how quickly Count Simon had composed himself, and after his smooth apologies, she could no longer openly express her deep dissatisfaction, meaning she had to accept his excuse and let the matter drop. The host quickly stepped in, suggesting that Earl Welton take his family to rest, which the Earl readily agreed to, having planned to do exactly that anyway. To fully ease the lingering tension, the host suggested everyone head to bed, politely apologizing for the sudden drama that had disrupted the grand ball. Slowly the guests began to scatter, eagerly gossiping about the strange scene they had just witnessed, leaving everyone wondering what had really sparked the fight. It was a mystery once they were finally safely out of earshot. The Countess whirled on Count Simon, demanded to know why he acted like that. Honestly, how could he act like that? It left his wife completely shocked and utterly devastated. Tears streaming down her face, she cried that Alf was their own flesh and blood. They had to protect him, they could not let this escalate. But no matter how much she cried about their boy suffering from magic, the Count just glared and coldly ordered her to shut up and stop screaming. He was determined to sweep this entire mess under the rug, so he ordered her to take their son and hide away, completely out of everyone's sight. As both noble families calculated how to handle this fragile situation, protecting their crucial political alliances was their absolute top priority. Soon night fell over the estate, and they retired to their private quarters. Locked behind closed doors, the Countess immediately resumed screaming at her husband, demanding to know how he could betray their own child like that. After all, even if their boy had made a mistake, a loving father should always stand by his side, but the Count ignored her completely, refusing to listen as he slowly turned to his silent son and asked him directly, "Did you really pull a stunt like that just to get my attention?" Alf kept his head down, avoiding his father's gaze to avoid giving himself away. His father simply tells him to confess, his tone growing colder and more stern, no matter how terrifying it is for Alf. He must realize that the consequences of his foolish actions could completely destroy their relations with the Eastern aristocracy and the entire kingdom as a whole. The boy is absolutely terrified to confess, even though this whole mess only started because he wanted to gain some attention and support from his father. He only finds the courage to say that Jamie acted so arrogantly that he never expected things to go this far. Simon finally gets confirmation of his theory, prompting him to move right along to the next question: where did his son get the Phoenix Ghost? Or more specifically, the amulet that let him use that technique. Alf looks at his father with tearful eyes, realizing that with every single confession he is only digging himself into a deeper hole. But get this, he is not the only one involved. Simon stares at him with an unimaginable coldness, warning the boy that he does not like repeating himself at all. So it would be much better to speak up now. This is the absolute last time he will ask where that dangerous artifact came from and who gave it to him. The boy is already on the verge of breaking down, finally confessing that he got it from Leon. Moments later, Leon himself appears at the door, summoned by their father to uncover the root cause of this whole disaster. Leon immediately realizes what is waiting for him and simply clicks his tongue, disappointed that his older brother wasted an artifact that could have changed their entire situation. He looks at his brother's terrified face, wondering how someone could be so pathetic when victory was literally handed to him on a silver platter, and yet he still managed to ruin everything. But first, he needs to play the innocent victim so their father cannot punish him directly based on the words of a brother who has zero credibility left in the family. When Simon asks if he gave his brother the Phoenix Ghost amulet, he calmly admits to it without offering any excuses. Right after that, Simon demands to know why he handed his brother such a dangerous item, since its use could easily endanger countless innocent lives. Leon decides to play on the fact that he is the younger brother, claiming he was only trying to help his brother and did not want to see him lose. As a supportive younger brother, he simply could not stand by, but suddenly his own father cuts him off, stating that he only wanted to manipulate his older brother, which completely catches the boy off guard. The Cold Man continues, pointing out that Leon never intended to help him, but only wanted to set him up and drag him into the exact mess he is in now. The boy watches his father, whose face is an absolute stone wall, completely unable to understand how his father guessed everything he had planned. Now Alf looks with pure terror, not just at his father, but also at his younger brother, who has also been dragged down by this mess, despite his initial meticulous calculations. Suddenly, Simon speaks up, saying that as they could have guessed earlier, he has absolutely zero interest in either of his sons, leaving both of them frozen in shock at his cold words. He completely crushes any hope for mercy, acting so cold that he admits to his own kids that he has zero interest in them. Then he bluntly asks if they even want to know why. Without waiting for a reply, he sneers that even though his blood flows directly through their veins, they lack the actual talent he wants to see. And even if they did have some tiny spark of potential in them, it is just laughable to him that they actually thought. He could not read the secret thoughts creeping inside their young minds. To lay the brutal truth bare, he tells them to try something else if they want his respect, instead of stupid pranks. They must prove they are truly his blood by being loyal and useful. Now the Count warns them that he will no longer step in, leaving the two brothers to face the consequences of their actions alone. He warns them that they must beg Jamie Welton for forgiveness tomorrow, and keep bowing until the boy finally decides to let them off. Once the door slams shut, and trust me, they know they are in deep trouble. Facing Jamie again is incredibly risky after how their last fight ended. Just thinking about meeting that young monster makes Alpha shake with fear. His hands are trembling badly, yet he tries to stay calm, and asks Leon if he actually plans to bow down to that little fool. But Leon is still utterly frozen, shattered by their father's harsh rejection. He stands there completely speechless, with only one heavy thought spinning in his mind. Just one. He feels this driving urge to prove they actually share their father's noble blood, and it quickly twists into an absolute obsession he must make real. Looking deeply determined, he silently vows to show his true worth. Meanwhile, back inside the quiet safety of the Welton chambers, Jamie is sleeping peacefully, resting after such a chaotic day. But his mother is still quietly panicking, worried about hidden injuries, even though her son is easily strong enough to handle a fight. Still, as a loving mother, she must make sure. She knows deep down that Jamie actually wanted to kill Alpha. What on earth happened to make her child act so violently? This situation clearly goes way beyond some normal rivalry between kids. It feels dangerous. Her fists clench as she makes a fierce, silent decision. Even if she must borrow power from her family, she will protect him. But just as that dark urge takes over her mind, she notices her sleeping son turn his back to her, almost as if he is rejecting the bloodlust growing inside her. Overwhelmed with sudden shame, she wants to remain a gentle mother, who always guides her children without ever resorting to such dark methods. Tears sting her eyes as she quietly steps away from his bed, swearing to never let this darkness consume her family again. Seeking some kind of comfort, suddenly a hand gently rests on her shoulder, bringing an immediate wave of calm and safety. This was exactly what she always expected. From her husband, the Count softly asks if his beloved wife is doing all right, to reassure her and show her that the worst of the day is finally behind them. Sears truly feels a weight lift whenever her beloved is close because he always manages to remind her that she does not have to carry all this heavy responsibility alone. Still, she hates showing any weakness, so she asks her husband why she would be unwell when this mess has nothing to do with her anyway. Arjun smiles, asking what exactly she wants him to do, promising to handle it however his beloved wife wishes, since her word is law. She lets out a soft laugh, reminding him that he actually stopped her earlier. He just smiles, explaining that he only did it because he thought she would be even more disappointed, choosing to step in and handle things himself. Besides, it is worth noting that Count Simon has already offered his deepest, most sincere apologies, and she wants no more trouble between the Western and Eastern nobles over this single incident. They both agree that the young boy from the Simon family needs a harsh punishment, which is highly likely given how terrified he was. Deciding it is time to go, they quietly step out of the room so their sleeping son is not disturbed by any of their noise. Jamie sits in complete silence, listening carefully to the sounds of his parents leaving. He waits, making sure his parents are completely gone before letting his guard down. Once the quiet settles, he reflects on their deep concern for his state. He knows he completely lost control back there, almost killing Alpha. Jamie lies there, utterly frozen, as he processes the exhausting events of the day. Closing his eyes, a single persistent memory begins to play in his mind. It is an image that has been stuck in his head for an incredibly long time. He vividly remembers Jane and her strange rebirth into a brand new body. Specifically inside Rebecca, his older sister's acquaintance from yesterday. Rebecca has absolutely no idea whose face she is actually wearing now. Honestly, it shouldn't be shocking since he himself was reborn tens of thousands of years ago, making her reincarnation totally natural. Yet a painful difference remains: she does not recognize him at all. Unlike Jamie, who holds on to every single memory of his past, he still carries his deep love for her right in his heart. It's normal for people to forget their past lives, though he is different. Still, he cannot stop wondering about it all. How did they both end up reborn in this exact same era? Is this some cruel irony of fate, or is it a calculated plan? And honestly, this is where his theories take a massive turn. Could this actually be the master plan of the 12 gods? Black immediately interrupts, completely dismissing the idea as way too complicated to pull off. Jamie snaps out of it, realizing that Black is probably right. If those gods knew he had been reborn, they never would have left it to chance. He tries to shake off the uneasy feeling. Those dark thoughts kept filling his mind with every passing second. He tried distracting himself with Black, though his pet clearly was not happy. Suddenly, he gave in to a memory that was incredibly precious. A sudden vision appeared in his mind of Jane, his past life love. She was lying there, dying and suffering from a terrible injustice born of love. Controlling his heavy emotions was almost impossible whenever she came to mind. It was hard for the young man to stay calm while looking at her pain. He decided his absolute first priority had to be finding and meeting her again. Only then could he uncover the truth and get to the bottom of everything. Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked man holding a bird muttered silently to himself. He whispered that the magical union was now undergoing profound changes. As these foundations shifted, he gently set the bird down on some wooden boards. The creature clung tightly to the wood to keep its balance. He watched with a quiet smile, deeply lost in his own secret thoughts. His thoughts were focused on Jamie, the eldest son of Count Welton. The kid is only 9 years old, seriously, just think about that kind of talent. Such incredible power proved that the child was a true magical genius. Suddenly, the man released all his birds, sending them flying far into the distance. Once morning finally broke, Jamie was free to move around outside. He headed to the garden, finding a peaceful stream to clear his head. Surrounded by raw nature, the young boy tried to enjoy each fresh breath. The cool air cleared his mind, helping him view his situation more objectively. Beside him, his magical pet seemed equally thrilled by the beautiful scenery. The loyal pet wanted to share this joyful feeling directly with his young master. Jamie had no idea Black could actually perceive and appreciate clean air. It was a pretty surprising but highly pleasant discovery for him. Black tried explaining his feelings further, but his owner cut him off. Jamie told him sharply that he understood and did not need to hear more. After that, the boy simply enjoyed the absolute silence and tranquility. Since it was the final day of the festival, most guests had already left. The bustling energy of the event was slowly fading into solemn quiet. Jamie realized he needed to find the person he wanted to see most. He had to reach them before they packed up and left. But as he turned to walk back, a strange sensation stopped him cold. He stood completely still, listening closely to some suspicious sounds nearby. You can feel the tension rising as he scans the area for danger. He searched for the source of the strange sound that was disturbing him so much. At first, he relied solely on his physical senses without using his magic. But he quickly realized his normal senses would not be nearly enough here. So the boy decided to expand his mana search radius to locate the sound. In an instant, his magical senses locked onto the exact source of the noise. He immediately dashed in that direction to find out what was causing the vibration. Jamie ran as fast as his young legs could carry him. Even out of breath, he was fully determined to uncover the truth. When he finally reached the coordinates, what lay waiting there shocked him completely. Following the noise, he stumbles upon a rather bizarre sight. Rebecca is sitting by the water, a mysterious spirit hovering above her. Right there, the boy locks eyes with Undine, who stares back with a defiant smirk. She looks ready for a fight. Suddenly, Rebecca senses someone watching them. It completely ruins her focus, making her feel incredibly self-conscious. She quickly spins around to see who is creeping up on her. Once she sees him, her eyes widen, utter disbelief. Rebecca leaps to her feet, hurriedly asking if he is doing okay. She is clearly trying to distract him from what he just saw. Jamie stands there completely frozen, not even knowing how to face this girl. She was his perfect ideal in a past life, now speaking to him so formally. She looks absolutely stunning, her bright smile perfectly lighting up the forest. It feels almost magical, casting a warm glow over everything. Her gentle energy shines bright. Finally, she decides to introduce herself properly to him, since they never really got a real chance to talk one-on-one. She is a water elementalist, a fact he had already secretly figured out. Seeing her like this brings back a flood of memories from his past life. The exact same look, the same mastery over the water. Suddenly, a faint echo of her old promise rings inside his head. She had begged him to never forget her. He makes a pretty strange face. His sudden shift in mood completely catches her off guard. All her polite questions are met with silence, heavy silence. Rebecca cannot help but wonder why he looks so incredibly heartbroken. It is like he is trying to memorize her face, engraving it forever. When they lock eyes, he simply cannot escape this overwhelming feeling of familiarity. Every single detail about her hits him right in the chest. Honestly, trying to hold back those tears must be pure torture. All the cold logic he built up over lifetimes is starting to crumble. Staring at his old love, he forgets he is currently trapped in this young body. He is not 10-year-old Jamie right now, but his old self. Of course, Rebecca has absolutely no idea about the storm inside his head. She assumes he is just exhausted from everything that went down yesterday. That explains why he is acting so strange and distant around her. To her, he is just a fragile little kid who needs some comfort. She steps closer to show him she is on his side. Before he can even react, she pulls him into a gentle, warm hug, whispering that everything is okay now and there is nothing to fear. Feeling the familiar warmth of his beloved, Jamie struggles to keep it together. He forces himself to believe these feelings are just echoes of a dead past. He needs to play the part of a child and lock his memories away. There is no room for ghosts here, not in this life. So they sit down together, act as if nothing happened. Rebecca starts talking, mentioning how her dad always said burdens get lighter when shared. If you open up to someone, the trouble just slips away. Seeing his quiet reaction, she starts to believe her father was right. Jamie chose to stay quiet, letting her believe his act rather than correcting her. He casually asked if those were the words of Viscount Ball, making her smile. She proudly confirmed it, thrilled that he noticed how deeply she respected her family. It was a shame they could not talk yesterday, she added with a soft sigh. Still, she felt incredibly lucky that they got to cross paths today. Jamie merely offered a polite smile, admitting that this unexpected run-in was indeed a very pleasant surprise. Rebecca found herself genuinely enjoying his company, which caught her off guard. After all, he had been so cold to her little sister before. Yet here he was, acting like the most polite, attentive, and perfectly well-mannered gentleman. It felt like meeting an entirely different person until Jamie suddenly cut in. He suddenly asked if the Ball family truly held an ancient contract with the wind spirit. She shook her head, admitting she had tried to strike a deal herself, but failed. Connecting with the raw, unpredictable forces of nature was a highly unusual talent that few possessed. It required a very specific kind of rare talent that she simply lacked. The majestic wind spirit had literally manifested before her just to declare that she was not worthy. But then Sundana suddenly appeared, claiming it was fate and demanding they sign a contract immediately. It was an incredibly heavy decision, one she should have discussed with her father. Yet without a single second thought, she immediately agreed on the spot. It felt like destiny, and Jamie listened intently. To him, it sounded like the spirit god had orchestrated the entire thing. Things got complicated. A contract with a spirit king was completely different from a normal pact. It was a binding soul contract, paid for with their very lives. A failure meant absolute death for both. If Jane's soul had truly transmigrated into Rebecca, the Spirit King definitely knew. Jamie carefully asked if her father had been completely furious about the sudden, reckless contract. She admitted he was disappointed at first, though she kept any further details very vague. There was clearly more to the story that she was holding back. To Jamie, absolutely nothing about this bizarre situation seemed to follow the normal rules. Sensing his intense, quiet focus, Rebecca actually began to question her own memories. After all, spirits never actively initiated contracts, let alone incredibly powerful, high-ranking ones. Jamie let out a soft sigh, sounding genuinely sorry that her plans had been ruined. Still, even if things had not gone exactly as she originally wanted, if the mighty water spirit had chosen her, she simply had to believe in her own strength. Rebecca blinked in confusion, completely unsure of how to answer his sudden, sharp insight. She had honestly never stopped to connect the strange dots of her own bizarre journey. Snapping back to reality, she quickly flashed him a warm and appreciative smile. Perhaps it was time to embrace whatever wild path fate had laid out. But get this, Jamie was done playing therapist and had no intention of lingering. He offered a quick thank you and abruptly bid farewell to the stunned girl. Rebecca stood there completely frozen, never imagining their pleasant conversation would end so abruptly. Before she could even mutter a goodbye, he dashed back toward the mansion. His chaotic, sudden departure left the young noblewoman completely baffled and standing entirely alone. She had genuinely hoped to keep talking and hated how abruptly he cut things short. With nothing left to do, she could only watch his retreating figure disappear. Suddenly, a bizarre sensation grips her body, a strange, heavy weakness she can't explain. It catches her completely off guard, since absolutely nothing like this has ever happened before. Meanwhile, Jamie makes his way straight back home to talk things over with his pet. He dissects the meeting, pointing out that Rebecca carries a surprisingly heavy aura. She carries the heavy presence of an adult, making casual talk feel pretty much impossible. Heading back inside, he looks for a quiet spot where he can be completely alone. He has to process what he learned about his link to the gods. But his quiet time is cut short when familiar voices call out to him. He is completely shocked, since he genuinely believed things between them were already settled for good. Standing right there directly in front of him are the two arrogant sons of Count Simon. They look incredibly hostile, clearly still burning with anger over their intense clash the day before. Deep resentment like that does not just vanish overnight. Immediately, Jamie tenses up. He braces himself, wondering what kind of trouble they are trying to start now. Honestly, he seriously doubts their sanity. They can't even get straight to the actual point. Why on earth did they even block his path? Then, quite unexpectedly, Alf speaks up. He stammers a forced apology, completely fake. No surprise there, given the pure hatred burning in his eyes just yesterday. Jamie stands there utterly baffled, completely lost on why they are suddenly apologizing. They act like their entire lives hang in the balance, but he snaps out of it. Of course, their father, the Count, must have forced them to do this. They are definitely not here by choice, and their pride is absolutely suffering for it. One of them turns bright red, desperately trying to hide his shame. Still, he knows he is trapped with absolutely no way out. In the end, he chooses silence. Jamie shifts his focus to the other boy. This unfamiliar, red-haired kid stands quietly nearby, and Jamie directly asks him who he is. Alf claims it is his little brother, but Jamie is not buying it. Why even bring him along? Is Alf just too terrified to apologize all by himself? But the younger brother cuts the heavy tension. He calmly explains that he was the one who gave Alf the artifact. Jamie's expression shifts immediately. Something feels off, like they are trying to play him. Honestly, we all know how crooked this family's morals really are one too. He must keep his guard up to make sure he does not miss some hidden plot. If there is a conspiracy brewing, he wants to catch it. He faces the younger brother. "What is your name?" Leon gives his name with extreme caution, eyes quite cold. Totally hostile. Behind that calm mask, deep down, an even greater volcano of pure malice burns inside the kid. Jamie wastes no time here. He instantly decides to test the boy's actual magical flow. This test is crucial. He needs to know exactly what he is dealing with. The kid actually possesses quite impressive talent. Alf is not even close to his younger brother's level. He is clearly no fool either, which makes him a pretty dangerous wildcard in this situation. On top of that, Count Simon seems completely indifferent to his own son. He probably can't stand the sight of him. This desperate behavior is just a cheap bid for attention. Leon speaks up again, acting completely normal. He bluntly asks if Jamie is finally ready to accept their apology, and whether they could actually walk away from these negotiations with a win. Jamie. He couldn't ignore how the guy looked down on him, oozing pure arrogance. That apology from a moment ago was completely fake and totally insincere. He remembered the brat didn't even show up during yesterday's incident. Thinking he was far too good for them, he only acted for his own benefit. This arrogant fool didn't just look down on Jamie, but everyone else too. Alfie and the others were completely beneath him, except for his own father. It was bizarre behavior for someone of his age. If nobody taught him a lesson now, he would definitely cause major trouble later. He would block Jamie's path in the future. And honestly, Jamie wasn't about to let that slide. Snapping back to reality, he realized Alfie needed to strive to become the official successor. This targeted his deepest insecurities because joining family affairs was absolutely crucial. He desperately wanted to be a real part of the family. Jamie paid absolutely no attention to Alfie's response. Instead, he stared straight at Leon, who was suddenly tense because his secret plans were finally starting to fall apart in front of Jamie. Jamie stepped closer, stating that family drama didn't concern him at all. But there was absolutely no way he could ignore this situation now. He got even closer, declaring that if Leon started yesterday's mess, then he must take full responsibility for his stupid actions. That meant facing a proper punishment to pay for the moral damage. He needed to pay for the pain he inflicted on them the day before. The red-haired kid couldn't even fathom what would happen to him. There was absolutely no one around to hold back this incredibly powerful wizard. Before he could even speak, boom, the entire room suddenly plunged into total darkness. It felt like he was trapped in a void without a single ray of light. Terror gripped Leon as a heavy, crushing weakness washed over his entire body. At the exact same time, his muscles refused to move. It was like being frozen solid in unbreakable ice. Suddenly, he collapsed heavily to his knees in panic. A massive, terrifying eye manifested before him, warning that forgiveness only comes once. The chilling message was crystal clear: he must never test his luck again. Just like that, the illusion shattered, and he was back in the room. He gasped, desperately trying to recover from that bizarre magic attack. Jamie's spell was terrifying. Leon frantically tried to figure out what happened. Was it a hallucination, or did he actually pass out for a second? Completely unable to comprehend what he saw, he began doubting his own sanity. All of his senses felt untrustworthy. Suddenly, his legs completely gave out. He collapsed to the floor, screaming from the absolute mental trauma of it all. The sheer terror of the unknown broke him. His brother rushed over in confusion. Leon looked completely out of his mind, practically losing his grip on reality. Heavy tears flooded down his face, completely unstoppable as he shook with fear. He lost complete control of his own body, which was now trembling uncontrollably. But one thing was certain: he would never cross Jamie again. Gets a second chance to walk away from a fight alive. Messing with Jamie, that is a pretty bad idea. The young heir of the Welton family. Looks down, he knows exactly what caused all this pain. Desperate suffering, boosting his confidence in his own magic. Leon stares up at his enemy with teary eyes, realizing he must immediately kneel before the boy who could have easily ended his life just moments ago. Completely drained, he barely whispers an apology. It is forced, born from the absolute terror that Jamie's magic planted in his soul. Finally, it is time to head home. All the nobles gathered for the grand ball exchange their polite farewells, while their private carriages wait outside. Jamie is genuinely thrilled. He finally has the chance to return home, where things are much calmer and he can actually relax. No more wasting his precious time on annoying red-haired upstarts. He reflects that the minute they left home, trouble just followed him. Maybe staying home and getting spoiled by his mother would have been a lot more pleasant than dealing with these headaches, but the boy quickly shakes his head. He remembers how exhausting it is to pretend to be the perfect son and handle all that sticky family affection. While Jamie is lost in these thoughts, he fails to notice Count Simon walking over, who instantly spots the boy's sour mood. Jamie had actually forgotten his original goal of meeting the Count, simply because the wild events of the past few days completely distracted him. Dropping his annoyed expression, the clever young mage quickly masks his frustration. He politely claims that he is actually really happy just thinking about returning home to finally get some rest. The Count replies with a sigh, expressing his deep regret that they did not get to speak more while Jamie was a guest. Jamie plays along, saying he wished they had more time too. But things just got too busy. Truly a shame for both of them. Simon gently suggests that he could always extend his visit if he likes. But the young mage politely declines the offer. He is simply far too tired and wants to rest in his own home. And let's be real, can you blame him for wanting to leave? The Count's own troublesome family caused all of this chaos, after all. Simon sighs, admitting he understands, and stops pushing him to stay. He warns the boy that the wider magic community is watching him. He should probably keep that in mind when making his next moves. Simon notes that the world is starting to see his true value, which is pretty impressive given how much he got under Leon's skin. Jamie agrees without arguing. He actually wants everyone to know exactly what he is capable of, rather than hiding in the shadows. Rather than having to play pretend and act like a harmless little child. Defenseless, Jamie added that he had punished the boy who went by Leon. Leon's father shrugged. He already guessed as much since his son acted crazy. Jamie found it hard to understand this father's incredibly indifferent reaction. He showed absolutely no concern, even though it was his own son. Simon expressed no anger at all. In fact, the Count believed that his troublesome son had simply gotten exactly what he deserved in the end. Now it was painfully clear to Jamie why those two brothers behaved so poorly. Their own father treated them with complete and utter indifference in public. He did it openly before others. Still, Jamie noticed Leon's hidden talent. With proper magic training, the boy could master advanced spellcasting. He offered this advice sincerely, but Count Simon's expression remained frozen. He coldly replied that he knew of those skills, but did not care. The Count chose to deliberately ignore his child's potential. Jamie countered, to become even a mediocre mage, proper guidance is required. If Leon trained hard, he could eventually reach his father's level. Many great geniuses rot away simply from lack of development. Dropping his polite facade, Jamie boldly blamed the Count directly. Simon ignored his children, blindly claiming they lacked any magical talent. While Alf was ordinary, Leon possessed immense hidden potential. Simon scoffed. Did the child truly think an expert couldn't spot talent? Was he truly blind? How could an 8th-level archmage fail to recognize his own son's abilities? Yet this young boy stood before him with absolute confidence. Simon got a bizarre sensation that he was looking at a grand magician. It was incredibly hard to believe given the child's tiny physical age. Jamie noted that Leon could help Simon overcome his own magical bottleneck. The exact obstacles blocking him. This hit a sore spot Simon had never voiced. The Count was stunned. He was deeply impressed by the child's analysis until their carriage arrived. It was finally time to hit the road now. Before leaving, the boy mentioned a little girl who once said something similar. He left Simon with a gentle nod, wishing him a better path forward. Saying goodbye, Jamie ran to the carriage like any ordinary kid. Yet his immense wisdom forced an elite adult to rethink his entire life. Simon watched the carriage leave, utterly speechless after that mind-blowing chat. It felt surreal. Those few minutes had completely shaken his core. To escape the painful truth Jamie had so ruthlessly exposed. The Count closed his eyes and tried to ignore every single word. Returning home, Simon quietly admitted his regrets about how things turned out. But he still had zero intention of changing a thing. Meanwhile, Jamie finally made it back to his own estate. The young mage had crucial work to do. Chaos had been brewing. Slipping into his classic black cloak to mask his identity, Jamie grabbed his loyal magical pet and slipped into the nearby forest. It was time to tie up some dangerous loose ends left behind. A sudden departure for Count Simon's ball meant his tasks from yesterday remained unfinished. With that business pending, Jamie slipped back into his true role as necromancer. He summoned his undead servants, ordering them to step out of the shadows immediately. Tired of them hiding in the bushes, he watched as they finally obeyed. The loyal corpses emerged right on cue, remembering their master's previous orders. He had told them to lay low in a quiet town before meeting up. Trying to excuse their delay, one servant quickly pointed the finger at his companion. He claimed that Azard was being incredibly reckless, which cost them precious time. To Jamie, these small complaints did not matter. he only cared about their findings. The reports they gathered during his absence would shape all his future plans. One of the undead stepped forward, reporting that the Janus church was spreading fast. They had already managed to secure a massive grip over the city of Haze. They were moving incredibly fast. By offering free food and shelter to the needy, they easily won over the locals. Lately, they had even opened a brand new orphanage for the poor children. Jamie listened with deep concentration, piecing the timeline of events together. He calmly asked his servants when this suspicious charity work actually started. The undead explained that everything began right after Raval fell to ruin. 2 months back, Count Welton had totally wiped out that criminal syndicate. Directly after that, the Janus Church began aggressively pushing their holy faith. They distributed aid under the guise of spreading their god's noble will. The locals were highly skeptical initially. Unconditional kindness from absolute strangers always seemed like a dangerous trap. Yet over time, the desperate people bought into the church's righteous teachings. Now the faith of Janus is stronger than ever inside Haze. The holy institution has become the most respected power in the entire territory. Hearing this, Jamie narrowed his eyes in pure disbelief, processing the troubling news. This sudden, explosive growth of a holy religion felt completely wrong to him. A miraculous coincidence like this was highly unlikely to be clean. It infuriated him that the divine idiot who ruined his past life was here. That same annoying god was now meddling in the very lands Jamie called home. Fueled by anger, he looked at his undead servants and posed a question. He asked if war and peace could ever truly exist in the same place. The dark summons shared a confused look, completely baffled by their master's words. Without knowing the grand design, they concluded that such a thing was impossible. They treaded very carefully, hoping their answer wouldn't spark their creator's terrible wrath. They really wanted to avoid his anger. To please Jamie, the servant suggested that war and peace share the same root. Jamie smiled in satisfaction, noting that this was exactly how Janus thought. Of course, this explanation only left Azard and his partner even more confused. To Jamie, the mortal realm was just a ticking time bomb built on blood. It was a fragile system built on piles of corpses waiting to burst. In his eyes, brutal war was when the true face of divinity appeared. That shameless god was hiding his dark intent behind holy, peaceful symbols. Now Janus was manipulating the masses, forcing them to worship his hypocritical faith. As dependent as possible on his actions, which could easily end in total disaster. Jamie figured the guy was probably just trying to cover his tracks. But the reality was far worse. He was plotting something incredibly dangerous. Now these two servants had to dig up the truth behind his plan. They listened closely. They knew he took those orders very seriously. Dead serious. So they obeyed. Meanwhile, Ricky was settling into a secure shelter. Run by the Janus Church, finally surrounded by people who showed him warmth. They even praised his simple efforts, making the boy realize something incredible. Compared to his miserable days begging on the cold streets, this place was absolute heaven. A robed church follower approached him, noting all the pain Ricky had carried. He said the young boy had suffered far too much for his age, and promised he would never have to face such misery again under their care. A month and a half had passed since Ricky first arrived at this children's shelter, and it had truly become a beautiful ray of hope. Without this sanctuary, he knew that he and his little sister would have starved on the streets. He walked into her room, but she did not even need to turn around to know her brother was there. She sensed his presence instantly. Ricky nodded silently and stepped closer to her. Though she could feel his warmth, his sister Anna was completely blind. Once their parents discovered her disability, they threw both kids out and vanished. To keep his sister safe, Ricky had to take on the most brutal, desperate jobs. Because survival was their only option in a cruel world. Street life was an absolute nightmare for two helpless kids. And every single adult they met was completely cold and indifferent. With no one to turn to, their existence was purely terrifying. But then a miracle happened. Someone finally reached out to help. Not to exploit them, but to actually offer genuine, kind help. To these two kids who had faced injustice far too early. They truly believed this was the hand of God reaching down to them. From that day on, Ricky and Anna began a completely new life. This sudden wave of happiness made the young boy believe in divine mercy. He vowed to become a devout disciple and spread word of this kindness. There were many other orphans living right beside them in the shelter. Every child living in that shelter carried their own painful, heavy past. So any good news was sweet, like honey to their souls. Soon, rumors spread that a boy named Shenu had been chosen by God. Next week, he would be sent to the main temple to train as a priest. Hearing this, Ricky felt a sudden surge of excitement and a little envy. Deep down, he wished for his own glorious calling. Meanwhile, Jamie was heading back home after his deep nighttime investigation. His little detour had given him plenty of dangerous secrets to process. He turned to Black, telling his companion they should start heading down. But suddenly, he spotted a bizarre figure moving on the streets below. Jamie instantly decided to change his route and investigate what was happening. But before heading home, he spots a man slumped on the ground with a sword nearby. The stranger seems completely out cold, making Jamie wonder what triggered this bizarre scene. Landing softly, Jamie uses the special sensory abilities of his magical pet to scan ahead. Slowly, he edges closer to inspect the unconscious warrior sprawled out in front of him. What kind of energy is leaking from this guy, and why does it feel so intense? The power pulsing from the body is definitely not the typical kind of divine energy. If it were dark energy, it would imply a corrupt high abbot is lying here. That is bizarre, but getting a tighter look, he spots a key detail. The armor and insignia point to a heavy hitter from the church hierarchy. He is a holy knight, though that only raises a dozen more questions. Why on earth would an elite holy knight be abandoned in a dark alleyway? There is absolutely nobody else in sight, and no signs of a recent battle either. Walking away right now feels like a trap that might bite him later on. Leaving loose ends is the easiest way to invite a mountain of future troubles. So kill him, that seems like his best theoretical option right now. He steps forward and presses his boot heavily onto the head of the motionless knight. No warning, a hand suddenly shoots up and grabs the boy's ankle. Shock jolts through Jamie because he is completely sure this guy is down for good. He tries to keep his composure so he does not show any weakness. Showing vulnerability now would give the stranger a massive upper hand in this face-off. But the knight's eyes are wild, burning with madness as he grips Jamie's leg. He just keeps desperately whispering a single name, Ed. Jamie tries to squeeze some actual context out of this repetitive, ghostly whisper. He wants to know what this guy is trying to warn him about, but fails. No chance, the knight just mumbles the name repeatedly, offering nothing else. He does not explain who Ed is or why he is saying it to him. No matter how hard Jamie presses him, the knight refuses to break his cycle. It is like he is some broken doll, programmed to repeat one specific line. It is frustrating. Jamie gets seriously annoyed at this total dead end. He is seriously annoyed that he cannot get through to this highly interesting specimen. Forget it, with zero clues, the boy decides to just walk away. He leaves him to rot in the cold, wishing him a quick, quiet death. Morning comes, the sun rises, and Jamie gets ready to go about his normal day. No more late-night detours, just back to the peaceful safety of his own home. But get this, here is where things take a massive, unexpected turn. He freezes, narrowing his eyes in absolute disbelief at what he is seeing. The exact same dying knight from last night is currently sitting in his house. He is chilling right there in the dining room, happily stuffing his face with fresh bread. The man freely admits that without the gracious Count's timely and merciful intervention, he would have frozen to death or starved on the streets last night. But now, by some stroke of absolute luck, he is warm and safe. Jamie's father humbly brushes the praise aside, pointing to the loyal guards instead. After all, they are the ones who rescued him and brought him inside. The knight then curiously asks if they are loyal servants of the Empire. In the end, considering how things turned out, it was all thanks to his tireless efforts, for which he felt sincerely grateful. Welton asked if holy knights actually starved to death on the streets, and the knight admitted that it was quite rare, but they were still human after all. Though at higher levels, they could survive far longer than ordinary folks. Argino asked if he belonged to the Church of Pyro, and the knight nodded, explaining that he followed the goddess of mercy and punishment as his guide. The Count admitted that at first they were deeply shocked to see a distinguished knight in their home, and his wife quickly agreed. Sears then asked if the Holy Knight happened to know Bishop Saphir, a man famous for his incredible kindness toward his guests. The knight instantly asked if she was from Uton, but she calmly mentioned that she belonged to the prestigious Bell family. This shocked the Blonde knight, since he never expected to dine with someone of such noble status at this modest table. He stood up immediately and bowed deeply to show respect for the woman who descended from a legendary bloodline, which held immense value to his beloved church of Pyro. The holy knight realized he was in the presence of true nobility, and lowered his head further, mentioning how their holy headquarters stood directly on the Bell family estate. Even though this was hardly a compelling reason for such dramatic gestures, Jamie watched the scene with absolute disbelief, knowing that no holy knight should ever bend their knee for anything but their own sacred deity. To figure out what was really going on, he decided to play the clueless child and ask his father for a direct explanation. Acting like a clueless little child, Jamie put on a sweet, innocent expression and asked why the stranger had greeted his mother so formally, even though inside he cringed, wishing he could just die instead of pretending to be a 9-year-old child. His father gently promised to explain everything to him once their guest had departed, since interrupting their conversation now would be incredibly rude. The delay left our young protagonist rather annoyed, since he had put so much effort into acting cute for absolutely nothing, rendering his baby act completely useless. But then another thought crossed his mind. If the ties between his mother's family and the Pyro Church ran this deep, then he had a massive, unwanted complication thrown right into his lap. Since that very goddess was on his hit list, talk about an insane complication. Later, Count Welton found himself alone with the Holy Knight, eager to discover exactly what brought him to their quiet territory as a member of the Pyro Church. He had absolutely no business visiting the Eastern lands, leaving only one logical conclusion. Unavoidable suspicion. The church was trying to extend its grasp directly into Welton territory. However, the knight quickly insisted that he had no political motives, claiming he was simply tracking a target. He was actively pursuing a dangerous fugitive. Argino naturally demanded to know the exact identity of this mysterious target and what their crimes actually were. The knight explained that the fugitive had committed unforgivable taboos through forbidden magic that no mortal should ever touch. They were actively creating synthetic chimeras, instantly capturing the Count's full attention as the dark truth unfolded. The grim reality of this rogue creator drew him deeper in. Discussing chimeras with Hayes made him visibly uncomfortable. The knight seemed hesitant to speak, apologizing that these details were church secrets. They were strictly guarded secrets of the church. At first he flat out refused, since he lacked authorization to share intelligence with outsiders, but a promised favor changed his mind. He finally agreed to talk, leading Argino to conclude they had a deal. The blonde count decided to play along, choosing to accept this sudden and highly valuable alliance. A master swordsman like him could provide some serious tactical support. This would change everything. The Count focused on the creator. A rogue chimera creator was dangerous enough to completely shatter the peace. It threatened the balance of his entire territory. These chimeras were artificial abominations engineered to combine the absolute deadliest traits of multiple beasts, yet making them was a supreme sin because their power cores were harvested directly from living human beings. Perhaps some creators avoided using human sacrifices, but Argino had never met any. He explained that he could not officially support the church side with resources or soldiers, but standing by was not an option either, since his wife's family held deep ties to the church of Pyro. This admission sparked hope in the knight, believing he had won him over. Getting such a powerful noble on his side was a massive victory. Soon after, the master swordsman confirmed he would help out. He was backed into a corner where saying no was simply impossible. Overjoyed by this response, the guest leaped up to express his gratitude. But the Count stopped him, saying it was far too early for thanks. He needed to know why they were hunting this creator alone. Why not ask the Imperial Crown for aid? The knight quickly explained that if the Empire got involved, it would only trigger massive complications. They wanted to avoid this mess as much as possible. For starters, it would severely damage the divine reputation of the entire church, proving to the world they could not even handle their own crises. Worse, the elusive chimera creator they were hunting had already targeted them, sacrificing over 10 high priests to fuel his dark experiments. Hearing this, the Count realized the horrific truth of the situation. The villain was using holy clergy to create divinely powered monsters. Total mess. Meanwhile, young Jamie wondered how a total stranger had ended up sitting at their family table. The intrusion annoyed him, but his mother's church connections intrigued him. Still, he slowly had to accept this peaceful new life of his. Surprisingly, he was actually starting to enjoy these family gatherings. Daily tea time with everyone was slowly becoming a comforting habit. His adorable little sister was always the most excited to see him. She adored her big brother, constantly begging him to spend even more time with her. But duty called, and he soon had to attend his mother's special ceremony. He sipped the fragrant tea they had chosen. Honestly, he only came to get answers. He wanted to uncover what he failed to learn during breakfast, since his father had changed the subject. His father felt the timing was completely off, while his mother quietly noticed something else. His mother saw his eager desire to ask something very important. He was rushing through the tea and all the usual polite rituals just to talk. So Jamie decided to play the part of a clueless little child with a silly question. He asked why that strange man bowed to her, pretending he did not understand that kind of respectful greeting. Sears smiled, seeing through her eldest son's intense curiosity, and asked him a direct question. She asked if he truly wanted to know what connected their family to the Holy Night. Since he quickly agreed, she explained that his great-grandfather was a major figure. She revealed that the boy's great-grandfather was a generous benefactor. He had supported the Church of Pyro, forever binding their noble family name to its ancient, sacred glory. Jamie could barely believe his ears. Talk about an absolutely wild twist. This shocking news was a complete surprise, especially since he secretly harbored deep hatred for the church. He despised them, yet his mother kept sharing more details. She explained that when a sacred relic was stolen, her grandfather came to help. His actions earned them a legendary reputation, though her expression suddenly grew heavy with silent grief. Her face looked completely devastated. Sharing this painful memory was clearly taking a heavy emotional toll on her. It happened in the Forestman Garden during the Demon King's resurrection. Dark followers tried using a stolen holy relic from the church, but ultimately failed. Sadly, her brave grandfather lost his life while trying to stop the dark ritual. Later, the grateful church named him an honorary archbishop. They promised to treat the entire Bell family as high bishops for 100 years. Jamie saw her lingering sadness, proving she deeply loved her grandfather. This painful tale clearly brought back some highly unpleasant memories. The church went to incredible lengths, but with a stolen relic involved, everything made sense. The puzzle pieces finally fell into place, and he fully understood their game. One day, Pyro's followers would fall, but until then, he would exploit this. He planned to completely abuse every single useful opportunity this new connection opened up. Suddenly, his mother snapped him out of his thoughts, looking for some kind of response. She wondered what he thought of the entire tale, since he remained so mysteriously quiet. Instantly, he slipped back into his innocent act, completely hiding his dark ambitions. He hid his plans to use their holy resources to destroy the goddess. To lighten the heavy mood, she warmly offered him another cup, and he happily agreed. He avoided breaking the cozy mood. Meanwhile, at the local children's shelter, a quiet late-night farewell ceremony was underway for their beloved brother Sheena. Father Janus had personally handpicked the young boy before setting off on his grand journey. One of the church ministers stepped forward, suggesting a grand toast. They wanted to celebrate this monumental day as the young boy began his holy path. The young boy beamed with pure joy, fully believing in their holy cause. It was his absolute dream to serve the very institution that had saved his life. The surrounding children cheered happily, but one of them stood out. Ricky was easily the happiest child there. Everyone was celebrating. Their friend Sheena was finally heading off to the main temple, while the chosen one for this high honor sat waiting inside his carriage. His closest companions gathered around to say their final goodbyes. Those friends were Ricky and his sister Anna. Sheena admitted the sudden departure caught him completely off guard. He still hoped they would meet again soon. But Ricky explained that the priest had already promised they would follow shortly. The red-haired boy smiled. There was absolutely no reason to be sad now, because they would reunite soon, making everything seem much brighter than ever. It was finally time to set off. The carriage rolled toward the main temple, where all the elite training happened. Sheena's friends watched him leave, wishing him a completely safe trip with absolutely no trouble on the road. Ricky felt incredibly proud. He had always dreamed of becoming a priest himself, hoping that this wish would finally come true. The journey went by fast and they finally reached the destination where Sheena's life would change forever. His escort turned to the young boy and told him they had arrived, which felt incredibly strange to Sheena, as he had anticipated a much longer journey. The boy peeked out the carriage window and simply could not believe his eyes. What he saw was nothing like the grand sanctuary he had imagined. If he was actually supposed to believe the escort's words, the Grand Main Temple was just a tiny, rundown 3-story building located just a short ride away. Yet they insisted this tiny, disappointing place was the holy headquarters. Sheena was highly suspicious. He nervously asked his companion if this was truly the temple. The silent guard gave no explanation at all, only ordering the boy to step inside and keep quiet, clearly trying to hide some dark secret. The cold priest marched forward, completely ignoring the young boy behind him. He did not care about Sheena's comfort or his mounting fear, treating the young child's safety as nothing more than an afterthought. Sheena kept pleading with him, insisting they must have taken a wrong turn. But the guide coldly assured him that everything was perfectly fine. Then, using a strange book to activate a hidden mechanism, the priest opened a dark dungeon concealed right behind the ordinary paintings on the wall. He flatly demanded that the little boy descend into the dark abyss immediately. Offering zero explanations, this filled Sheena with absolute dread. He slowly walked down the stone stairs, his instincts telling him something was horribly wrong. This could not be right. The atmosphere was far too sinister. Reaching the bottom floor, the guide remained eerily quiet, refusing to answer any of Sheena's desperate questions to calm his racing heart. Then, passing by one of the heavy cell doors, the boy caught sight of a horribly mangled, deformed hand reaching out and clawing desperately toward the exit. It terrified him to his core, leaving him completely panicked and utterly confused. Desperate for safety, Sheena naively ran over to his guide, trying to point out the absolute horror hidden right behind that cell door. He looked up hoping for protection, but the cold priest did not even glance down. Instead, the man turned to a dark figure waiting in the shadows, announcing that he had delivered the bishop, the exact person they wanted. Finally, the man steps out of the darkness, smiling as if absolutely nothing is wrong. He makes all the boys' terror look completely silly. Sheena is shaking with fear because he knows a literal monster is lurking behind that door. He begs the bishop, asking if God really chose him to be a holy priest, but the bishop stays incredibly calm, treating this horrific scene like just another day at the office. He slowly nods his head, confirming that yes, everything the boy said is true, yet a massive question remains. For poor Sheena, why in the world was he dragged down here instead of the main temple? The Grand Holy Temple, where his actual training should start. Suddenly, the bishop's face twists into a cold sneer. He claims this is all done to build a flawless new world. He is just morbidly curious to see what happens to an innocent, untainted soul like Sheena. With a cruel grin, the bishop calls in another mysterious figure to enter the dark room and start their gruesome ritual. They drag the terrified little kid forward. The new visitor steps forward. His face is covered in hideous, bloody blisters that make your skin crawl. He casually mutters that he finally has a perfect subject for his experiments. Looming over the trembling boy, he whispers that he will make a beautiful chimera. As that scarred hand reaches for his face, absolute terror completely paralyzes Sheena's entire body. Meanwhile, over in the sunny city of Hayes, on the massive grounds of Earl Welton's beautiful estate, things look a whole lot more peaceful. Bathed in warm sunlight, young Jamie is reluctantly giving a quick tour to their guest. He casually mentions to the holy knight that this is the city's largest street. The knight smiles, recalling how he stumbled onto this very road last night, starving. Jamie gives a quiet nod of agreement. He remembers seeing the pathetic sight himself. He definitely remembers seeing him in this exact area. But let's be real, he is only doing this because he has to. Earlier today during morning tea, the boy's father insisted on this little walk. The count suggested the holy guest check out the local sites, and who better to guide him than young Jamie himself. After all, the kid knows everything about the town. The knight happily agreed, and without even checking if Jamie wanted to go, they left. Now Jamie is just suffering in silence, wondering why he got dragged into this chore. Why did his father do this to him? Meanwhile, the knight is completely amazed that a 9-year-old child has such incredible memory and stamina. The count was not just bragging about his son. He was giving genuinely solid advice. The blonde knight looks down at the boy, realizing the kid is just politely tolerating his presence despite his clear internal annoyance. Feeling grateful, the holy knight offers a warm thank you to his young guide, saying that because of Jamie's help, he got a really fantastic tour of the city. Jamie replies with a polite, empty smile, claiming that he had plenty of fun too. The knight reaches out a friendly hand and suggests that they head back to the estate now. But the boy completely ignores the gesture, asking if he can raise just one question. The knight is instantly taken aback. He definitely did not expect such a freezing, motionless response from a mere kid. Still, he nods, waiting to hear what Jamie wants. Jamie gets straight to the point. What exactly did he discuss with his father yesterday? It was crucial to his plan, given the church's deep ties to his mother's family. The blonde knight felt incredibly thrown off, definitely not expecting these highly complex questions from a 9-year-old. Surely kids his age only cared about asking about knights or other normal childhood things, so the knight decided to dodge the question, claiming they only discussed how handsome Jamie would be when he grew up, but it was quite obvious this was a pretty lame excuse. The man felt quite puzzled because he honestly thought kids loved hearing stuff like that, so he started arguing that it was the absolute truth and he didn't get the surprise. Jamie already knew he wasn't getting any real information out of him, since the knight kept on lying, claiming they only talked about him because his father loved him deeply. Honestly, would any of you actually believe a lie that bad? He was willing to lie like that, hoping a smart kid would buy it. Finally, the knight finally gave in, admitting he simply could not reveal what they had discussed, because it was grown-up business and the details were far too sensitive. Jamie realized something major was brewing in Hayes, and that was exactly why he was assigned as a guide, though he still needed to uncover what it was. The anxious knight paced around him, while Jamie quietly pondered which potential enemies might be hiding in Hayes. The man desperately wanted to know if the boy was angry about his lying, terrified of ruining his standing with the young noble's son. Suddenly, Jamie snapped right out of his deep thoughts, returning back to his reality. This sudden, sharp shift in his expression made the knight worry that the kid was truly upset, but Jamie spoke up, offering to show him another side of the city. Instantly, the man's spirits lifted a bit, feeling relieved that the boy was actually willing to speak with him again, and things weren't looking so terrible. He grew pretty curious about what the kid wanted to showcase. The boy decided to take a massive gamble and head toward the bank, figuring that if he showed Janice the church, he could finally test the Holy Knight's true colors. The knight chose not to argue, so they boarded a carriage and headed straight for the church, which wasn't very far from the main street. They arrived in no time, but the anxious knight was still fixated on weather. Jamie was secretly mad at him. Jamie simply replied, cold and blunt, that he didn't care. Meanwhile, Ricky was sweeping the church grounds, completely unaware he was about to cross paths with someone he met about a week ago. He looked up, thoughtfully staring at the newcomers who had just arrived at Janice's church. As old memories slowly began to spark in his mind, the holy knight looked around, thoroughly admiring the beautiful church structure. It looked truly impressive to him, even though he was already familiar with similar grand buildings. Ricky turned to Jamie, curiously asking about the black hair he remembered from their strange, brief encounter. The blonde knight asked if that was the boy's friend, the one who had stared so intensely and shouted weird questions without any clear meaning. Jamie tensed up instantly, desperately hoping to avoid running into anyone he knew from his secret nighttime wanderings, especially under these awkward circumstances. He hoped it wasn't the same guy who bumped into him earlier, pretending not to recognize him. Ultimately, he realized that changing his hair color had been completely useless. He could still be recognized. That was definitely something to keep in mind for the future. When they started heading back, Ricky didn't stop. He chased right after the carriage. He was pretty upset. Jamie was acting like he didn't even know him. Running fast, the boy shouted. He barely recognized Jamie with that new hair color. He was super excited, showing zero anger, but then things took a turn. Ricky actually targeted the wrong carriage. The one holding Jamie was right behind him. Jamie's driver had to maneuver quickly to avoid hitting the reckless boy. The kid had randomly run straight onto the road. Ricky quickly looked back. He spotted the massive carriage hurtling toward him. It was only a few meters away, moving at an incredible speed. "Get out of the way," the panicked coachman screamed in pure terror. Talk about a nightmare scenario. There was absolutely no stopping this now. Jamie and the Holy Knight watched in absolute shock. They absolutely did not want to witness a tragic accident right here. Still clutching his broom, Ricky stood directly in the path of the two massive charging horses. The driver slammed on the brakes, trying desperately to stop. The knight leaped into action, desperate to protect the helpless kid. The young boy was on the absolute verge of losing his life right then and there. Even at his young age, Ricky stood completely paralyzed with fear, staring ahead with teary eyes. He had no idea what to do. His body refused to move. The coachman pulled the reins with all his might. It was useless. The horses were running at full speed, completely out of control. There was just no way they could stop in time to save Ricky from a fatal impact. The blonde knight realized the truth. He was too far away to reach him. Pushing the boy out of harm's way was practically impossible before the crash happened. Ricky closed his eyes. He accepted that this stupid accident was going to end him. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he braced for the terrible impact. He silently cursed his own stupid carelessness in those final seconds. Jamie knew he could not just watch. He had to deploy his magic. He had to act fast before the carriage crushed the poor kid. Channeling his mana, he conjured a dense barrier of chains to block the path. The magic chains formed a shield against the incoming collision. Right then, the knight grabbed Ricky in his arms to leap out of the way, only to find they were surrounded by a massive protective cage of chains. The Holy Knight looked back in disbelief at the sudden defensive magic. It had appeared right after he dashed away from Jamie. Was it just his imagination? No, the solid chains were very real. They completely absorbed the impact, effortlessly resolving the dangerous crisis. Even if the knight had failed, the boy would have survived anyway. Ricky slowly opened his eyes, trembling as he realized he was completely unharmed. He could barely believe that he was actually still alive. Just seconds ago, his life had been hanging by a single thread. Overflowing with gratitude, he threw his arms around Jamie in a crushing hug. It practically felt like Jamie's ribs were going to break under the pressure. He already asked the knight to let go since the grip was getting seriously uncomfortable, especially with the crushing strength of a man who looked completely ordinary. But the knight just stared down at Jamie, his face twisted in pure shock. He realized this kid's magic was far more potent than the grown wizards nearby. It made no sense how someone so incredibly young could possess this kind of power. And honestly, who wouldn't be shocked seeing a 9-year-old wield such master-level magic? A complete monster of a genius, destined for terrifying strength very soon. Yet Jamie did not even blink at the awe he was causing. The knight stood frozen, utterly fascinated by the sheer power packed into that tiny frame. Breaking the silence, the boy calmly turned to his guest. He suggested they move on, noting the man looked completely lost in his thoughts. They still needed to reach their original destination, the Church of Janus. Even though the knight was starting to suspect the boy was just teasing him. Right on cue, young Ricky ran up and excitedly told them his own story. Since he was heading to the church too, he eagerly offered to guide them as thanks. After all, he knew every single corner of the building and the surrounding streets. He was basically a total local expert. This place actually housed a shelter for children with nowhere else to go. That was why these streets felt so incredibly familiar to him. A great tour was promised, but along the way they crossed paths with a nun. Ricky knew her well, and she immediately demanded to know where he had run off to. She also eyed his companions warily, needing to verify who these strangers actually were. Strangers on orphanage grounds always triggered red flags for the protective woman. Ricky quickly spoke up to clear the heavy tension. A runaway carriage had nearly crushed him, and these two stepped in to save his life. She gasped in horror, her maternal instincts kicking in instantly. Frantically checking him over, she asked if he was hurt anywhere. He must have been absolutely terrified out of his mind. Turning to the rescuers, the nun offered her deepest gratitude. If they had not intervened, a horrific tragedy surely would have unfolded. However, the humble holy knight gently shook his head, waving off her praise. To a devout follower of Pyro, saving lives was simply his sacred duty. Mentioning his church caused a sudden, sharp flicker of emotion to cross the nun's face. Clueless to her reaction, the knight cheerfully admitted that Jamie did the heavy lifting. The kid was the real hero, even if he requested to keep his involvement a secret. But the secret was out, and the nun eyed Jamie with intense curiosity. Seriously, how could a tiny kid possibly do more than a massive, armored knight? With pride, the knight explained that Jamie was the son of their local lord. That formal introduction dropped a family name that carried massive, undeniable weight. Simply hearing that family name instantly commanded absolute respect from anyone living in these lands. The nun realized she should have known. His striking emerald eyes and hair were a total dead giveaway. But the sheer terror of the near-fatal carriage accident had completely scrambled her brain. Her brain completely locked up, which immediately set off alarm bells for Jamie. If she truly grew up in this region, she should have recognized him instantly. She would not have to fake her concern right now, and besides, she felt strangely confused. The woman asked her husband if they had come here just to pick up young Ricky. But he denied it, explaining he only heard the Janus Church had taken root in this area. He simply wanted to find out what the entire situation looked like from the inside. Hearing this, the old woman told them to follow along if they were looking for a tour. She ordered her young charge to show everything to the prominent noble heir. Jamie quickly realized that she was simply trying to separate him from Ross. But he decided to go along with it, since the old woman probably would not harm him. Still, it was always better to be safe than sorry, so he turned to say goodbye. He told the holy knight they would meet again at dinner that evening with his parents. He smiled brightly, reverting to his innocent child act. Ross was totally thrown off by this sudden, friendly shift in behavior. He could not comprehend why Jamie was acting so warm and welcoming now, especially since there had been a clear, heavy awkwardness between them before. But the next moment, he waved and smiled back, agreeing they would meet soon. Meanwhile, Ricky started guiding the tour, acting incredibly nervous and clumsy. He showed where his living quarters were, pointing out the dining room across the way. The poor boy was clearly trying his absolute best to make a good impression. Jamie told him to ease up, noticing the boy was practically shaking with fear. He assured Ricky that there was nothing to worry about here. Ricky did not quite understand how he was supposed to act instead. But the young noble heir explained that he did not care about strict manners. He told him to just behave normally, which completely caught Ricky off guard. He never imagined he could speak casually with a member of the high nobility. So the boy wanted to make absolutely sure that this was actually allowed. But Jamie hated repeating himself, giving the boy a sharp, warning glare. Feeling much more relieved, Ricky excitedly suggested they run over to his room. He wanted to show him the real, unofficial side of the shelter. He brought Jamie to the small room he shared with his little sister. He eagerly asked if Jamie liked it, but the young noble remained completely unbothered. Still, Ricky pushed the door open and loudly announced to Anna that he brought a friend. Wait, did he just say friend? Jamie was definitely not ready to call himself a friend after only 2 meetings. But little Anna was instantly shocked by her brother's sudden announcement. Her brother had never brought a single person home as a friend before. Naturally, she was incredibly curious about this mysterious guest. Despite her terrible eyesight, she rushed closer to get a better look at him. But the second she got close, Jamie's face instantly twisted in shock. Something about this little girl completely caught the ancient mage off guard. Ricky happily urged his sister Anna to greet his cool new companion. She politely introduced herself, but Jamie could only stare in absolute silence. He stood completely frozen without even blinking, his mind racing with utter disbelief. He was looking at something that completely shattered his understanding of this world. Jamie sincerely could not comprehend how it was even remotely possible. This young girl possessed the aura of an adult and a massive sacred power in her eyes. Once divine messengers descended from the heavens, serving as the ultimate conduits for the Creator's divine authority, with parts of their bodies radiating pure, raw sacred energy. This holy aura was unmistakable, even to outsiders. Right now, this young girl was actually blinded by that very same overwhelming divine force. Once her true power fully awakens, she will perceive every single energy current in the world. Looking through the eyes of God, she would become a highly dangerous threat to Jamie. He briefly considered knocking her unconscious right now, but quickly realized it was a terrible idea. If he could sense her potential, the high priest surely knew about her already. Eliminating her now would only invite immediate trouble. Meanwhile, Ricky stared at his companion, completely misreading the intense silence. And get this, Ricky actually thinks Jamie has fallen head over heels. He assumed Jamie was completely and utterly smitten with his little sister at first sight. The boy tried to initiate a warning, stumbling over his clumsy words. But his sister quickly cut him off before he could say anything incredibly embarrassing. She quickly made up a question to stop him. Desperate to keep him quiet, she begged her older brother to read from a book. She simply wanted to prevent her brother from making their new acquaintance angry. Ricky gave up and agreed to her sudden demand. He merely asked which specific page she wanted him to read out loud. Jamie silently watched them, wondering exactly whose divine power was residing inside her. Regardless of who it was, he needed to monitor this girl very closely. He absolutely could not allow her talent to develop, or she would become a complete nightmare. He wanted to slip out of the room, completely unnoticed right now. While the siblings bickered, Jamie prepared to make a clean, silent exit. Ricky naively assumed he just needed the restroom. Instead, Jamie explained that he actually had to depart as his time was up. Ricky immediately offered to see him out, turning to give his little sister a stern warning. He warned his sister not to panic if he was gone for a while. They walked in absolute silence until Ricky finally decided to break the quiet tension. Ricky eagerly asked if his new friend would ever come back to visit. Jamie gave no answer, completely ignoring the boy's sincere hope. Instead, he suddenly asked about Ricky's own dreams. This sudden personal question caught the young boy completely off guard. But Ricky quickly assumed this was just Jamie's unique way of showing care. For Ricky, it was a fantastic surprise. Jamie decided to play along with the misunderstanding, purely to get the information he wanted. Ricky admitted that originally, he only wanted to spend his days caring for Anna. But coming to this place changed everything. Living in the church's orphanage ignited a brand new, grander ambition. He realized he wanted to be chosen by Janice and officially become a priest. He wanted to continue the noble work of those who rescued him from poverty. He then casually mentioned that just yesterday, his close friend had been selected. That friend was already sent off to serve inside the grand main temple. Ricky even admitted to feeling a little bit envious of his luck. But hearing about the main temple instantly made Jamie highly suspicious of their true motives. He pieces together the dark motives, tracing the long chain of past events. Pale with fear, Jamie asks his new acquaintance where he stayed before this. Ricky admits he was just wandering the streets, surviving day by day. It was a rough life on the edge, but that wasn't the answer Jamie wanted. He presses further, demanding to know what the boy did before hitting the streets. Ricky feels uneasy under the intense questioning, but finally gives in. He explains he used to be a low-level grunt for a rival gang. Just like that, the scattered puzzle pieces start falling into place. Suddenly, a grim realization washes over Jamie as he connects the dots. Every single thread leads straight back to Janice and her twisted maze. Meanwhile, over in the courtyard, Russ prepares to take his leave. He bids the nun farewell, politely offering his thanks for her time. She smiles, offering to introduce him to a wealthy young noble if needed. He nods and thanks her, keeping his polite guard fully up. It is clear she measures every single word with calculated precision. Her guarded words make him highly suspicious. Can he actually trust any of these holy figures in this church? Could the Chimera creator be behind this too? Soon, the adults make their way back to the two boys. Ricky turns to speak to Jamie, but freezes instantly at what he sees. Standing right behind his friend is the last person he expected to encounter. The High Bishop himself arrives, announcing they have some very important guests. He instantly recognizes Jamie, knowing exactly what family he belongs to. The bishop speaks to both boys, his voice dripping with authority. He singles Jamie out, making sure to acknowledge his noble bloodline. Jamie introduces himself calmly, keeping his tone perfectly polite. But deep down, he realizes this church has a dark agenda for kids. They are exploiting helpless orphans who have nowhere else to go. Turning away, the bishop addresses the blond man standing nearby. The traveler steps forward, introducing himself as Russ Armetic. He claims to be a loyal follower of the Pyro Church. Jamie watches them closely, wondering why they need these children so badly. The bishop puts on a warm act, pretending to care for his guests. But Jamie cannot shake a terrible feeling about the guard behind them. This mysterious bodyguard is supposed to protect them from danger. Jamie can feel the unmistakable, heavy pressure of holy night energy. But wait, despite that sacred aura, something feels horribly wrong here. What really raises his alarm bells is how Russ is acting. The man looks completely terrified despite trying to hide it. Jamie shifts his gaze back and forth between the bishop and knight. His sharp eyes narrow as he watches their movements. Something is definitely wrong here. He needs to uncover what exactly they are trying to hide from him. The bishop returns the stare with a cold, guarded look of his own. He knows exactly who Jamie is and how dangerous this encounter could be. Maybe the two returned from the church in a strangely tense mood. They had plenty of reasons to replay everything they saw to make sense of it. Out of nowhere, Jamie revealed that Ricky wanted to become a priest just like them. Apparently, Ricky's friend was chosen for the main temple, leaving him envious of that path. Hearing this, Ras froze on the spot, his reaction completely clouded with doubt. He stood completely still for a moment, totally unsure of how he should even respond. Breaking the silence, he forced a smile and offered his full support to the idea. He praised the kid as talented and pure, promising him that he would succeed. Ras acted as if he had no clue what Jamie was truly trying to imply. No matter how hard Jamie tried to make him see the dark truth they discovered. The night was like a solid stone wall, completely blocking out the reality. Jamie refused to give up, turning back to face the night once more. He asked if his father had mentioned anything lately. Ras just looked confused, asking what exactly the boy was talking about. Jamie explained that 2 months ago, his father crushed a brutal gang. They were notorious for robbery and human trafficking. Selling kids was a horrific crime that crossed every line. Then, he added more. Ricky, whom they had just saved, used to be a member of that very gang. This shocking connection finally forced the knight to look past his naive views. Jamie saw that his subtle hints were finally cracking the knight's blind faith. The pieces were falling into place, and now he just needed to deliver the final blow. To seal the deal, he brought up how Janice's church handled charity work. When you put all the suspicious clues together, a disturbing picture starts to form. It proved their charitable acts were never done out of kindness. Instead, the church had built this shelter for a far more sinister purpose. They were exploiting these innocent kids for their own hidden agenda. It was never about saving them from the cruel horrors of the cold streets. Returning to the estate, they knew they had to report this to the Count. They needed to rely on his massive power and influence to take action. Ras laid out all the facts, mentioning the boy Ricky's dark criminal past. That kid's connection to the gang was the key to unlocking the whole conspiracy. Hearing this, Argino fell silent, carefully weighing the gravity of the situation. He admitted the church had maintained a highly positive reputation in his territory. Yet too many dark clues pointed to a twisted reality hiding underneath. The Count recalled the strange knight who had arrived alongside the High Bishop. Something about that holy warrior felt incredibly off, and it bothered him deeply. He had detected a massive presence of energy radiating from the man. However, he could not tell if the warrior actually served the Church of Janus. His power was just too bizarre and unfamiliar to be holy. That chaotic, sacred pressure felt exactly like a synthetic chimera. He was about to suggest it was an artificial creation, but he was cut off before he could speak the terrifying thought aloud. Count Welton had already realized it, though he desperately hoped he was wrong. If this was indeed the truth, he could not sit idle. He immediately ordered his elite knights to mobilize and handle the threat directly. Ras completely understood this rigid stance, but he still needed concrete proof. He had to confirm their theories first, no reckless moves allowed. So the knight swore to find the truth no matter what. He needed solid evidence, time to expose the monster behind these horrific experiments. Only then could they tear down the dark web spreading across these lands. Argino warned him, going solo was a massive gamble. Taking on this evil alone was suicide. He desperately needed backup. The brave knight, however, was fully prepared for any dangerous turn of events. The Count looked at the situation pragmatically. What were their actual success rates? They were working completely in the dark with almost zero information. Yet the blonde holy knight chose to remain hopeful anyway. He refused to be as deeply cynical as the head of the Welton family. Seeing his resolve, Argino decided his new ally needed reinforcements. The Count promised to give him 3 of his elite shadow soldiers for help. Right on cue, 3 dark figures materialized silently behind the knight. They moved with deadly precision, not a single sound escaped. Ras spun around instantly, shocked to see them there. No lie, he hadn't sensed them at all, these guys were good. The Count explained that these guards were his personal shadow knights. Their only duty was protecting the manor, making them the ultimate allies. They were absolute pros at staying hidden. But Ras noticed their sharp movements looked more like hired assassins. He wasn't even sure how he should address these dark figures. Were they actually honorable knights, or did they just carry the title? But their massive strength was undeniable, and he welcomed their powerful support. Ras bowed in gratitude, swearing to reveal the enemy's true nature. The Count nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Black watched the entire scene closely. The magical pet instantly sent all the details back to Jamie. Meanwhile, Jamie sat alone in his room, planning his next moves. He realized those monsters chose children because they were pure, blank slates. Such clean canvases made them perfect for these sickening magic experiments. And let's be real, even the heavens wouldn't tolerate this horror. Yet the Twisted Bishop had suddenly abandoned the project midway through. There must have been a highly critical reason for him to halt. Otherwise, they would never have taken such a massive risk. Jamie turned to Black. Since he was stuck in bed, he needed help. Black listened intently as the boy quietly handed him a sealed letter. "Go to Reese," Jamie commanded. "Deliver this as fast as possible." In a single flash, the dark bird soared straight out of the window. He had to hurry. Left alone, Jamie knew he had to train. The impending storm would require far greater magic than what he had. He needed to push his limits as fast as possible. In his mind, he warned Janice that he would be her ultimate nightmare. To defeat her, he began practicing much more advanced magical training. First up was memorization, which involved sealing and instantly releasing massive mana. Deep inside the soul, letting magic flow freely without any blockages. Across town, his living corpses sat around, wondering how much longer. They had to wait for new orders from their master. The other corpse insisted they stay put until they saw something suspicious. That meant keeping their eyes peeled and waiting for the right moment. Azert grumbled that there was not even a mouse on the streets tonight. Let alone some rogue knight. He clearly hated this boring guard duty. But his partner was stubborn, reminding him they had strict orders. They had to do exactly as they were told. Still, the bigger undead was incredibly bored, seeing how absolutely quiet the neighborhood was. It felt like they were waiting for something that would never happen. Then, breaking the silence, came the heavy thud of armored boots. A fully armored knight arrived, fast. Looks like their boring wait was finally over, but this knight was moving incredibly fast, drawing his sword the second he got close. He wanted them dead. Azart watched the blade swing. Their chances of survival were dropping by the second. The attacker appeared out of nowhere, no time to defend. Worse, the knight was radiating a massive wave of raw mana. It was a terrifying amount of power, primed for attack. Every strike was brutally heavy, impossible to dodge or easily shrug off. They had to find a way to fight back, and fast. But wait, both corpses realized this power felt sacred. He was using church techniques, but his overall vibe was deeply unsettling. He moved like a programmed machine, focused entirely on a single goal. He just kept lunging forward, delivering ruthless, repetitive strikes. Cold, pure malice burned deep behind his visor, driving him forward with an unnatural energy that kept him pushing ahead. He was completely devoid of humanity, showing no emotion at all. There was no tactical variation, just a relentless drive to slaughter them. Jamie's undead servants knew they had to split up immediately. To distract this mindless monster and buy some precious time, one had to escape and report this to their master. But the moment they ran, the knight turned on them instantly, lunging forward with the exact same deadly pattern of attacks. He was locked into a specific loop, completely ignoring the surrounding chaos. Nothing could distract him from his direct path of destruction. He kept swinging his heavy sword with brutal, mindless force, relying entirely on raw strength instead of any actual battle tactics. Azart struggled to figure out how to counter a machine like this. The knight was completely immune to any of their clever combat tricks. While Azart hesitated, trying to make a plan, the enemy closed the distance, forcing his ally to jump in. Desperate to keep his partner safe from the incoming blade, he shoved him out the window, throwing him far from the danger zone. The warrior did not even have time to catch his breath before he was sent flying from the second floor where his ally and the enemy knight still clashed. Mid-fall, he desperately tried to figure out how to survive the threat that loomed over them and get out of this massive mess alive, to save his friend. He took the devastating blow himself, feeling the crushing power of the relentless knight, who attacked wildly but still managed to cut down his foe. Suddenly, a glowing barrier enveloped them, summoned by their master to offer a glimmer of hope for survival against this unexpected rogue opponent. Right then, Jamie arrived, right on cue as his beaten servants cried out for rescue, easily stepping in to save them without even unleashing his true strength. A confident smile played on his lips because everything was going perfectly how he wanted, and let's be real, this suspicious knight is in deep trouble. Jamie was also quite pleased to showcase his absolute magic power while shielding his servants, who did their best but fell just short of the goal, finishing it with their weak strength. Finally, he stood face to face in the chamber with the sacred knight, who immediately piqued his intense curiosity. Now he could go all out. From this moment on, nobody would ever know what was happening inside, since his newly erected barrier was incredibly tough, enough to completely mask this deadly duel from any outside eyes. Utilizing dark secret 6th class magic was still quite demanding, making this match highly interesting for both opponents. Without even waiting for Jamie to make his move, the knight rushed straight forward, relying on the same brainless tactic of brute force and raw power with zero strategy. Jamie calmly observed the assault, treating it as a perfect opportunity to practice his high-level spells for future battles. Thus he activated 5th class magic, gravity. The crushing weight slammed down, pinning the target firmly to the cold floor and giving Jamie the ultimate upper hand. The knight desperately struggled to push forward, but the immense pressure was simply too overwhelming for his body to resist. Forced to yield, Jamie prepared his next strike, activating a dark corpse touch technique that summoned the screaming souls of the dead to trap his victim. This sealed his movements entirely, stopping the reckless charge right in its tracks. He collapsed to his knees, screaming out desperate curses with his very last ounce of power. His hand reached outward, desperately pleading for some kind of help. But it was entirely useless against the young wizard's flawless and cold strategy. Now Jamie initiated an unnamed spell, sacrificing those newly summoned spirits to trigger a massive, delayed explosion that would seal the knight's fate. The doomed knight had absolutely no idea what was about to happen in the coming moments. He just stared in utter shock at Jamie, who calmly focused on casting his spell with perfect precision. Suddenly, a dense orb of mana appeared right before his face, proving just how massive the gap in power truly was, and completely shattering any hope. In a split second, the young boy canceled his magic, realizing that executing this final attack was no longer necessary. His opponent knelt there completely drenched in blood, showing that he was no longer a danger to anyone. The battle was clearly over. The young mage observed closely, eager to analyze his successful dark magic experiment, having faithfully followed the brutal command to kill them all. With his absolute last ounce of strength, the knight suddenly snaps back to his senses. Gripping his sword tighter, he prepares to repeat everything. He charges forward in a mindless rush, looking like a desperate struggle. It is a reckless last-ditch effort. Still, Jamie can't help but admire how this guy refuses to go down easily. Even so, sheer determination won't change the inevitable, crushing outcome of this battle. Jamie goes back to his spells, ready to end this quickly. He gathers his mana to unleash a devastatingly powerful binding technique. This will drain every last drop of the warrior's strength. He casts the puppet technique, snaring his target with threads of fate. This spell guarantees complete control, a feeling Jamie thoroughly enjoys right now. The knight instantly drops to his knees, no matter how much he fights. There is absolutely no escaping this. He is forced to obey every single movement dictated by his opponent. The intense pressure of these magical threads is completely overwhelming. He cannot break free or resist. He has fallen directly into the trap. With his enemy secured, Jamie steps closer to inspect his new prize. The strange nature of this knight makes the boy quite curious. It is pretty clear the warrior doesn't fully understand his situation. So Jamie decides to explain the harsh reality. During the chaos of that blast, he bound the knight with soul fragments. This means his entire life and final fate are no longer his to command. He belongs completely to Jamie, with zero right to rebel. Realizing his body has been hijacked, the warrior knows he cannot undo this magic. Continuing this battle is completely pointless, since victory is out of reach. His only smart move is to run away from this terrifying monster. But watching him move, Jamie realizes the knight might actually try to end himself. He wants to destroy his own body rather than become a puppet. Jamie is definitely not going to let his captive get away that easily. He must stop him instantly, meaning he has to close the distance fast. Reaching out, the boy decides to lock him down right here. He summons the Hand of Darkness to secure his struggling target. The knight is instantly pinned, realizing his escape attempt has completely failed. But here's the catch: Jamie might have just walked into a trap. He is suddenly in serious trouble now. Their opposing elements are violently clashing, causing a dangerous backfire. Instead of dark energy, the entire room begins to glow. It is flooding with sacred mana that directly counters Jamie's magic. Because they are standing so close, dodging this blast is impossible. Taking a direct hit like this is going to cause major damage. The clever trap backfires because his hand is touching holy energy. The knight's body is literally overflowing with pure divine power. There is absolutely no escaping this clash. Suddenly, the knight detonates his holy mana, blasting Jamie backward. Jamie had allowed himself to be pushed back and held under such suffocating control. The entire room glowed with a blinding light, radiating from a massive stream of sacred mana. It stopped him dead. He even had to drop his defensive barrier to focus every ounce of his strength. Surviving this was the priority, and he couldn't afford to waste energy on minor things. Jamie realized that without the help of Black's magical pet, he was in deep trouble. Honestly, he did not expect his ally to push his divine powers to the absolute limit. Black had managed to break through the dark dimension, but they still couldn't escape easily. So Jamie quickly ordered Black to absorb the surrounding light. Meanwhile, the desperate knight decided his best option was to turn tail and run.